Me and Iris were in there for a half hour in 1979.
I'd like to begin the class in Shaare Orah. We are on page Resh Nun Zayin, and we're above the line. Of course, we're talking about the Sphira of the Yesod, which corresponds to the name El Chai, and we're discussing all the different names and codes in the Torah, specifically the words that hint to the Sphira of the Yesod. Okay? Now we have to clarify. Da, no. Kikol hanishba hu nishba besod sheva sfirot. Whenever a person swears, he says, he is swearing in the secret of the 7 spheres. Let's see what he's talking about. Shehem sod shivat yemei olam. And that's the sod of the 7 days of the creation of the world, right? So we understand the word. I think we talked about this before in the first Shaar. The idea of a yom. What's a yom? It's a day, but it also means a sphira. In the code, in the Kabbalah, yom is also. So when we say sheshet yamim ve'yom hashvi'i, that's a reference to the 6 sphirot and the malchut, which is the Shabbat. We've been talking about that a little bit, but to understand the word yom means also sphira. Okay. The Akol talui b'midat El Chai, shehu haShabbat, and everything is tied to midav El Chai, shehu haShabbat. Now let's think about that for a second. El Chai corresponds to the Yesod. The Shabbat is the Malka. How do we understand that?
Starts coming in on the 6th.
Yes.
That's it. It's coming in on it.
Shabbat doesn't start technically at sunset. First of all, there's a mitzvah from the Torah, according to most of the Rishonim, to add on to the Shabbat before the Shabbat and after the Shabbat, yes? But on top of that, the halachot of the Shabbat already are starting before Shabbat. Person's not supposed to work after Chatzot. The person's supposed to start preparing for Shabbat before Shabbat. Person's supposed to bathe, and whatever you do, put on clean clothing, whatever it is. So there's a whole preparatory phase that starts on Friday afternoon. So therefore, the end of the Yesod, which would be Friday, is already the Shabbat is coming. And that's very straightforward because a person is supposed to be mitzapeh la Yeshua. A person is supposed to be anticipating the Yeshua. What does that mean to anticipate? You don't sit back and wait. You're looking and excited about that it's coming. The analogy I've given before is if anybody's been in the New York City subway system, ever been in the subway, right? So you know, again, assuming the train is on time, maybe it is or it's not. But the idea there is I know the train is coming at 12 o'clock. I'm in the station at 11:45 waiting for the train, right? So I'm waiting. I'm waiting at the platform for the train. And then I'm just doing whatever I'm doing, getting busy, you know? And when the train comes, I'll get on. That's waiting for the train. That is not what a person's supposed to be doing regarding the Yeshua. A person's supposed to be anticipating, which means I'm not sitting there reading my newspaper. I'm standing up behind the yellow line, and I'm looking at the tunnel, and I'm waiting to see the lights, because you see the lights of the train before you see the train, right? That's the idea of Letzapot La Yeshua. The lights of the train, that's Erev Shabbat. And that's the Yesod. Okay? Yes? Okay, let's continue on. We talked about this last week and the week before. The word shivu'ah in Hebrew means a swear. But the word shivu'ah, if you look in the Hebrew, if you look in Sefer Torah, shin, bet, ayin, hey, there's no vav in there. It's just we add a vav in modern Hebrew when we want to, because we write it without vowels, right? But Sefer Torah, the word shivu'ah does not have a vav, which means it's the same exact letters as the word shiva'ah, which is 7. Okay? The asod, ubayom ha-shevi'i shavat va'inafash. And on the yom of the Shivi'i, Shavat va'inafash. What does Shavat mean? The Shabbat, which is the day of Shabbat, Lashevet, to rest, or Lashbot, right? So one is a noun, Shabbat is a noun, Shavat is a verb. Hebrew is a holy language. Very subtle changes in Hebrew change the word you're talking about. Sorry? Okay, really, there's no v in Hebrew other than according to some vav. It's really a soft bet. There's a hard bet, which is a b, and there's a soft bet, which is a v. If we want to be, I can't see who's talking over there. How are you? So the Syrians, the way they pronounce it is a v, because it has to be coming from the same place in the mouth that the bet is coming from. Remember, a dagesh inside a letter doesn't change where the letter is pronounced from. If it does, then you know for sure that you're pronouncing the letter wrong, right? So b and v, that's really, but again, some people pronounce it as a v, it's close enough. Okay. And what about a vav? A vav is pronounced as a w. Ve'ahavta, like the temanim. The temanim, it's a vav is a w. It's not a v. Okay, and interesting, if I'm not mistaken, my father was born in Czechoslovakia. May he rest in peace. And basically, people, certain Ashkenazim can't, when they came from Europe, were not able to say the v. They wouldn't say vegetable, they would say vegetable. Yes. So we understand that the v is not a sound in some, and that's probably a romantic language. I mean, what do they speak in Czechoslovakia? They speak Czech, right? It's still a romantic language. No, I'm not that familiar with all the differences. Yes, or Hungarian, one of the two. So they don't say a v, it's a w. So you say vegetable. He couldn't say a v.
So in Hebrew, would they do like the Taiwanese when they were
Again, my father wasn't speaking Hebrew, but I would assume if in English you can't say vegetable, you're going to say ve'ahavta. Amazing, no? I don't know. It's wild. It's almost like, there was a lot of shifting, okay? For instance, there's a well-known Syrian family. Their name is Ashkenazi. How'd they get that name? Right? Very simple. Someone who is living in Germany, or family in Germany, decided to move to Syria, and they were called, that's the Ashkenazi. And when last names were, up until like a couple hundred years ago, there was no such thing as last names. People were called the Ashkenazi, right? And then when last names came, they became named by that, or where they came from. So various names in last names are not just a description of the person or their job, sometimes a description of where they originally came from. So, for instance, in Hebrew, there's a name in the Syrian called Anteby. Anteby, Anteby, Anteby. Where's that? They're from Antab. What's Antab? Entebbe, which is Uganda originally, right? All right. And again, it's Ashkenazi as well. Smith. What is Smith? It's a blacksmith, right? So sometimes you had son of, like you have, right? Anyway, so we see that as the last names developed, people got those last names because of their sources. That's how you know that there was cross migration. Let's think about after the Spanish Inquisition, right? Or during when the expulsion of Spain happened. Spanish Jews moved to different areas. Some Spanish Jews moved to Turkey. They moved to Syria. They moved to the Middle Eastern countries. Other ones went north. The ones that went to Portugal were in a lot of trouble because very short time after that, Portugal had the same problem. Other ones, what did they do? They went north. They went to Germany. In fact, there's a well-known rabbi who wrote a book called the Aruch HaShulchan, Ashkenazi Posek. He was the Posek Hador for the Ashkenazim before the Chafetz Chaim. Okay, he wrote a book called Aruch HaShulchan, an amazing, amazing book to learn from if you want to learn halakha. And he writes in his introduction, because you see, at least I saw, when I was studying his sefer, his learning style is different. It's a little different. What he does is he really focused on the Rambam style, and he wrote his book about 120 years ago. Basically, the Rambam didn't know about things that happened after him because he wasn't a prophet, right? So what the Aruch HaShulchan does is based on the style of the Rambam, which is a very Sephardic style. He basically copied that and then added in the other things, the Tosafot and the Rishonim that were after the Rambam and the Achronim that were after the Rambam. That's called the Aruch HaShulchan. It's an amazing, amazing sefer to learn from halakha point of view. In fact, that book also has Aruch HaShulchan He'atid, which was also posek halakha for the Bet HaMikdash. Bet HaMikdash is built tomorrow. You're not going to be able to look at the Shulchan Aruch to find the halachot. Mishnah Berurah is not going to help you. Where are you going to look? Rambam and Aruch HaShulchan. And they're posek, which means it wasn't just writing a book like, they're posek the halakha in their sefer, right? He bases obviously a lot on the Rambam. Why does he bring that? So I always had a suspicion that there's something Sephardic about the way he was learning. Okay. In fact, if you read his introduction, he says his family traces their lineage to Gerush Sfarad, which means originally they were from Spain. Anyway, I find that very interesting. So you can see like the marks, and of course we have the same thing, amongst the Ashkenazim who moved like the Moroccans, and they don't like when I say this. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. Some of them admit it. They had a lot of influence from the Ashkenazim. Why? Because they were very close to Spain and to France, right? Especially France, because Morocco was under French dominion for a while, right? So a lot of their rabbis were from Ashkenaz. Why is it that Moroccans don't eat rice and beans? Because they had great Ashkenazi rabbis that came to live in Morocco, were their rabbis, and they felt it was disrespectful to them, so they basically refrained from having rice and beans. Other Sfaradim had no problem with rice and beans. So anyway, so we see there's influences across the board. It just shows you it's one religion. Even though there are different customs, it's still one family, one religion. Okay, coming back here. So he's talking about the fact that the Shivi'i and the Shiv'ah and the Shivu'ah, the swear and the seven, it's the same word in Hebrew. Ulficha chanishba, the person who swears, nishba b'nefesh v'nishba b'hayim. We'll see what this means on the bottom, okay? When a person makes a swear, he swears in the nefesh and he swears in the chayim. Very interesting. Keshu omer nishba b'shem Hashem. When he says, I'm swearing in the name of Hashem, because when a person is making a swear, they swear in the name of God, right? That's what it means to make a shivuah, in the name of God, especially in a betin, in certain circumstances like that. And the language they use is they're swearing in the nefesh and in the chayim in the name of Hashem. We're going to see why that's the style. The asod, what's the sod? Chai Adonai v'che nafshecha. Chai, the word chai means alive. Yud ke vav ke. Che is plural. Nafshecha, your soul. Okay, we'll see what this means. That's why there's a difference in nosach in the Yishtabach. At the end of the Yishtabach, there's a bracha, Baruch. The Sfaradim say, Chai ha'olamim. The Ashkenazim say, Baruch Hei ha'olamim. We say Chai. Why? Because Chai is singular, Chai is plural. We don't want to say plural. Again, they have their understanding. I'm not saying Chas v'shalom, there's a kfira there, but we say Chai. We don't say Chai. Okay? Let's see what he says in the bottom about this. Ki sod Hei nafshecha, the sod of the word, this is from Shmuel, by the way. This pasuk is from Chai Hashem v'chei nafshecha. That's from Shmuel. Let's see. Baruch Hashem brought a Tanakh today. Shmuel. Let's see, Kaf Hey. Let's see, Kaf Hey, okay, Kaf Vav. The Ata Adoni. Chai Adonai v'chen nafshecha, Hashem mena'acha Adonai mibo bedamim v'hoshea yadecha lach, ve'ata yu kenaval oivecha ve'mevakshim el Adoni ra'a. I don't know the context over here. Forgive me, I didn't look it up ahead of time. But we see the language of Chai Yud Ke Vav Ke, Chei Nafshecha. So he's going to say why this is the language of a shivuah. Now he's going to explain the sod. Meaning what? Ki sod Hei Nafshecha hu sod El Chai. Hei Nafshecha, the sod is El Chai. Shemimenu nimshachim hachayim v'chol hanefashot haporchot me'eretz Adonai. From there, all draws all the life and all of the souls that are spread out. Me'eretz Adonai. The word eretz means what? Land. Yes? In the Sod, eretz is a remez to the malchut. Okay? What is the purpose of the eretz? What is the function of the eretz? Right? You take a seed, you put it in the ground, you put water on it, and then it grows. Meaning you put something in that is really worthless, and then within a short period of time, what happens? It grows and becomes a whole new tree, a whole new plant, yes, which is not worthless. That's exactly what happens in relations. The man places a seed inside the malchut, inside the woman, and then that seed grows, becomes an entire person, right, in the span of 9.5 months. So we understand from a Kabbalistic perspective, the function of the nekeva, the function of the feminine, is to receive from the masculine, improve, and distribute. She doesn't just take what she receives, she improves and distributes. Okay, that is the function in the sod of the feminine. So people will say, okay, well, women take. No. The Gemara talks about this, and it says when a man comes home and he brings home wheat kernels, does she give him wheat kernels to chew on? No. She takes the wheat. What does she do with it? Does the 10 labors and makes it into bread. And then she gives it to her family. That is the function of the feminine, whether it be with children, whether it be, again, in a traditional household. I understand that sometimes the man is the cook. It is what it is. I'm not saying that's not. But at the end of the day, the traditional function of the feminine is to take what's received and then to make it better. Good? Okay, let's continue on. I was just thinking about a drasha for matzah, but maybe I have to think about it a little bit more first before I say it. Okay. And Aleph Daled Nun Yun is the name of Hashem that corresponds to the Malchut, to the feminine. Yes? That's why we start the tefillah, Adonai Sefatai Tiftach Ufi Agit Tilatecha. Because the first key to accessing the Shamayim is through the feminine. Got it? Okay. Where do we learn that from? Who's the first person to figure that out? First person in history to figure that out. Anyone? I'll ask it a different way. Who is the first person in the Torah or in the Tanakh, it's really in the Torah, to use the name Adonai? Avraham. That's exactly right. The Gemara says Avraham is the first person in 2,000 years of history to use the name Aleph, Daled, Nun, Yud. And that name is the key to tefillah. So we can learn Zechut for Noach. What Zechut can we learn from Noach? That Noach didn't understand the name Aleph, Daled, Nun, Yud. So it is possible that even if he prayed for his generation, or maybe he did pray for his generation, but his prayer was ineffective. Why? Because he didn't have the name Aleph, Daled, Nun, Yud. When Avraham Avinu uses the name for the first time, Aleph, Daled, Nun, Yud, it's in the Brit Ben HaBetarim. When he says, Adonai Elohim Bama Edah Ki Irashena. God had just made a promise to him that what? That he's going to receive this huge parcel of land called Greater Israel. And Avraham Avinu knows in life, nothing is received for free. Or actually, it's different. Nothing that is valuable is received for free. Everything that is valuable requires effort and toil. How do we see that? We see that in Adam HaRishon. Adam HaRishon was put into the Garden of Eden. Le'ovda ul shomra. He had a minimal amount of work to do, but he had some work to do because God did not place Adam in this world just to sit on his loins and do nothing. That is not, despite the fact politically what I'm saying is maybe not correct for a percentage of the population. Human beings were not meant to sit around and do nothing. They were meant to toil and to work and to bring sustenance. And that's how they have value to themselves and value in society. That's why the greatest charity you give a person is a job. That's the greatest. You keep right. You teach them how to fish. You don't give them fish. If they're poor and they can't have, you give them fish. But then you subsequently teach them how to fish. We see this in another way. In Pirkei Avot it says, "He'emidu tamidim harbe." What does that mean? You should rise up many students. Why rise up? Students generally sit. More. Who stands? The teacher. They give out in school. The teacher stands, yes? He'emidu tamidim harbe. What does that mean? Don't make students. Make teachers. In order, meaning don't teach someone, of course you teach Torah, but also teach them how to learn. This way they can go and learn for themselves. Teach them how to teach, which means first, there are some people who are full-time students their whole life. That's wrong. That is not derech of the Torah. The derech of the Torah is not to be a student one's whole life. The derech of the Torah is to be a teacher. And we see that couched in the mitzvah of Talmud Torah. We understand learning Torah is a mitzvah aseh from the Torah, positive commandment from the Torah. Where do we learn that positive commandment from? Be careful, don't say V'agita bo yomam v'layla, because that's in Yehoshua. Where do we learn the mitzvah of Talmud Torah? That's the Rambam is amazing. Because when you study the Rambam, you open up the laws of Talmud Torah, any halacha, he will always tell you where it's learned from in the Torah. I love the Rambam, that's what I can say. The Yad HaChazakah is one of the greatest books ever written in history. Where do we learn it from? V'limadtem otam et benechem. We learn the mitzvah of Talmud Torah from the mitzvah to teach. Meaning the Torah says you have to teach your sons or your students Torah. Meaning, well, in order for me to teach, what does that mean? I got to learn. So the mitzvah of learning is only learned through teaching, which means the goal of learning is teaching.
Even one who doesn't teach, the goal of learning can be to live the values or whatever.
Not again, a person has to learn the Torah so they can live their life, so they can do the mitzvot. Yes, 100%. But the way the Torah doesn't say you shall learn the mitzvot so you know how to do them. No, it uses the language of teaching. What is the first pasuk you teach a boy or a girl when they're able to speak? It's some say Shema Yisrael, but there's what's the other one? The problem with Shema Yisrael is then using Hashem's name. They have to be clean. Right? Torah tziva lanu Moshe morasha keilat Yaakov. There's no Hashem's name in there, right? What is that pasuk saying? Why is that ideally the first pasuk you teach a child? Many reasons, but the simple reason is Torah is morasha. It doesn't say Yerusha. What's the difference in Hebrew between Yerusha and Morasha? Yerusha is receiving. It's an inheritance. When there's an inheritance, somebody receives an inheritance. Yes? What do I do with that inheritance? Anything I want. I could sell it. I could burn it. I could do whatever I want. It's mine. Morasha is a heritage. When it's a heritage, it immediately implies what? It's not yours. It's yours to give to others, to pass on to your children and your students. Morasha, which means morish. It doesn't say yorish, morish. What does morish mean? Actively giving it over. All the same statements. And that's because Torah is about receiving and giving. In that situation, we are functioning as the nekeva. We are functioning as the nukva. We are functioning as the female. We are receiving and then we are giving. What's that?
Reading that we're learning this leading up to Pesach with reading of the Haggadah. It's basically not exactly the same.
It is.
But we're passing what we learned to the next generation.
That's the focus of the children.
They're
That's
going to eventually learn it over every year, over again, and then they're going to do the same with their kids.
100%. 100%. Okay? So Yerusha, Morasha, heritage, inheritance. The goal of the Torah is to give it over to others. The learning of Torah is for the purposes of teaching the Torah. Now, of course, you do the mitzvot as well, but you teach. Once a person has the ability, they are obligated to teach. They can't just say, well, no, Baruch Hashem, I just want to take care of myself. It's very selfish. That is not proper. Proper is to receive and then to give over. What is the most common pasuk in the Torah? If I lined up all the pasukim in the Torah, there's one pasuk that is the most common pasuk. Vaydaber Adonai Moshe lemor. Look at that pasuk. Dibur is masculine, harsh, tough. Lemor is soft. God spoke to Moses, Vaydaber Yudke Vavke El Moshe. What's lemor? God gave it to Moses to give it over to the people. Right? He receives it masculine, receives Moshe as the receiver. So God is the masculine, Moses is functioning as the feminine, receiving the dibur, and then transmitting it to the next generation, to his students. Yes? Okay. And why Davka? If you think about it, right now, the Torah Shebe'al Peh is really where that focus is. Torah Shebichtav, not. Why? Open up the book and go read it for yourself. Once I teach you how to read Hebrew, once you learn Hebrew, open up the book and read it for yourself. It's written. But the explanation and the understanding, that's oral. That has to be transmitted. Okay? Okay. Even the Pesukim have to be transmitted because is it Chelev or Chalev? Lo tevashel gedi b'chalev imo. You cannot cook a kid in its mother's milk. It doesn't say lo tevashel gedi b'chalev imo. You can't cook a kid in his mother's fat. That's not what it says. Very subtle, and that in the pasuk you can't tell the difference. Chelev and halav is chet, lamed bet. It's the same word, same exact letters. So the concept, the way we understand the Hebrew language, the written Torah, is only through the oral Torah. If not for the oral Torah, there is no way you could read the written Torah. That's the problem with the Quran. They did and they didn't. Again, it's a tough admission. The Christians don't realize that. Talk to a Christian who who understands a little bit of Hebrew, okay? Because if they don't understand Hebrew, they're a lost cause. You have a Christian I'm going to get to Quran in a second. You have a Christian, yes? You read them the verse. You see King James Version says, you shall not cook a kid in his mother's milk. And let's say the Christian knows Hebrew. You go to the Hebrew. You see the word here? Okay, open up Sefer Torah. You see this word? How do you know it's Halev? If it's not in, think about when Christianity came about, there was no vowelization. The vowelization, the actual vowels that we have, the chirik and the kubutz and the shuruk, this is from the Masoretes, which is 800, which means for the entire time it was memorized. And they just, okay, that's what, they took our word for the fact that the pasuk says halev and not chelev. And that's just one example. There are thousands of examples. It's incredible. So when they say they reject the oral law, they're ignoramuses. Now, the same thing was the Quran, because originally Arabic had no dots and dashes. Arabic was similar to Hebrew. It's a consonantal language, and the dots and dashes, or the vowelization, is memorized. So how is the Quran read? Let's say, for argument's sake, we agree, which is a big question, that the Quran was written somehow in the 7th century. Let's just say it was written. There was no vowels in the 7th century. No. That's when it was. That's the accepted version that they have today. But let's say we give them the fact that they say, according to their standard Islamic tradition, that the Quran was written in the 7th century. The vowelization wasn't developed until the 9th century. That means, did they have the ability to memorize how it's? That's why there's different versions of the Quran. Even though they say it's protected in the heavens from the time of creation, there are 30 versions of the Quran. Why? 30. And that's according to the most whatever. Why? Because there are subtle changes between the vowelizations, which means they were not that effective in transmitting the proper reading of the text. In order to memorize and transmit text, you have to have time and peace. Why is it that Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi wrote down the Mishnah in 200 CE?
Total chaos in the Jewish community.
It was a violation of the Torah for him to do that.
Right, but he had to do it because you lose it.
Because he saw that what? First of all, he was phenomenally wealthy, and he was well connected with the Roman government, right? So he had ability. He was able to do things, right? And he recognized that the Jewish people are now going into the exile. Life is going to become more difficult for them in the land of Israel, okay? And therefore, I have to write this down, because if I don't put this into writing, it's going to chas v'shalom be forgotten. So he saved the Jewish people by violating the Torah. Now, why? Why is that? Because he knew there were going to be troubles. There's going to be moving around. When people are stressed, they can't memorize. Now, let's understand, if we want to say, let's do Islam for 1 second. What did the first 2 or 3 centuries of Islam look like? Killing, conquest. They had time to memorize? Nonsense. And they're not exactly the sharpest tools in the shed anyway. Just look how many Nobel Prizes are won by Arabs versus how many Nobel Prizes are won by Christians and Jews, right? So at the end of the day, they're not the sharpest tools in the shed. I'm sorry. If it wasn't for oil, they'd be in a lot of trouble, okay? Not the sharpest tools in the shed. And on top of that, the first 2-3 centuries was all fighting amongst themselves and killing and conquest. There's no time for memorization. Anyway, so I'm not sure we got, so clearly, so we're saying here, the role of the feminine, once again, is to receive, improve, and distribute. And it doesn't mean that's only a female's responsibility. We discussed men. When they receive Torah, the goal is to take what you receive, hopefully to add, to embellish, to add to all that kind of stuff, right? Appropriately, not off the reservation kind of stuff. And then to distribute. It's a morasha. It's not mine. When I get Torah, my responsibility is to give it over to others. And how much am I supposed to charge to do that? 0. Wow. Think about that for a second. Holy moly. 0. One is not supposed to charge to teach oral law or any oral law, any Torah Shebe'al Peh, not allowed to charge. Okay, there's all kinds of dispensations now because of our low level of spirituality and abilities. So if you don't have people getting paid to teach Torah, you're not going to have teachers, and there's not going to be any Torah teaching. So we're violating the Torah to do this. I'm not saying it's not right. We're violating the Torah when we're doing this, because the Torah is supposed to be taught for free. How do we learn that? Moshe Rabbeinu. Who did he learn the Torah from? God. How much did God charge him to teach Torah? Nothing. So God says, I taught you for free. You will teach it for free. One of the exceptions is written Torah. One is allowed to teach that with schar. Notice the word I use. Allowed. I didn't say required, which means even written Torah should be taught for free. You're allowed to take money for teaching written Torah. You are not allowed to take money for teaching oral Torah according to the letter of the law. We understand nowadays, just like Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi violated the Torah by writing the Mishnah, we're violating the Torah by taking money, because otherwise there's not going to be any teachers. Yes?
I hear a lot of people are saying, or if you feel moved to give, the way we saw in this past parsha, here is Zelle and donate whatever you want.
That is different. That's different. But again, let's talk about the teacher's perspective, okay? Yes, students sometimes want to give. They feel indebted. They feel, and it's a good thing to do. They want to give, right?
Because you don't want to create bread of shame. You don't want to create lechem b'tzion, especially when there's light involved.
Let's think about that for a second. So how do we apply the bread of shame to the Torah? Never thought about that before. The Torah is also called lechem, so that's good. But then it has to be taught for free. So there's the teacher's perspective and there's the student's perspective.
Well, from the teacher's perspective, we don't want to do anything to be the agent of creating bread of shame on their part.
No. God, again, with all due respect to bread of shame, God said, I taught you for free. You have to teach for free. So from the teacher's perspective, they are not allowed to teach for payment. I'm not talking about nowadays. Let's go back to the original, okay? Not allowed, which means the teacher can't say, well, I don't want to create bread of shame. I am obligated to teach Torah for free, okay? But from the student's perspective, they don't want to have bread of shame. So therefore, they want to give something back to the teacher.
Well, wasn't that the very reason of the tzimtzum? Is the fact that we were taking from Hashem, and at some point we said, I want to be like Hashem. I would like to be a creator too. I would like to give too.
I don't see how that's connected to the tzimtzum. The tzimtzum is what allows the infinite to intersect with the finite. Without the tzimtzum, there is no such thing as finite. It has no existence because within the infinite, finite is completely nullified. So tzimtzum is there to create an environment, spiritual environment, I'm not talking physical, to allow finite beings, including angels, to exist, to have an existence. It's almost like God, Kavyachol, has to turn off the lights of his infinity in order to have finite have an existence. Otherwise, it's completely nullified. It's like the candle in the midday sun.
So, but I'm saying finite was created, one of the motivators was because Hashem's creations push back.
I have to see that inside.
Okay, I'll show it to you another time.
Okay? And really, if you think about it, the tzimtzum represents the malchut. Technically, the tzimtzum is the Ein Sof, is the malchut of the Ein Sof, right? Right? Meaning, God in that situation was creating an empty space. Not empty because everything's inside, but vis-a-vis what's everything else, which is God, it's empty, right? Empty space, which is exactly what the feminine represents, an empty space, aniyah v'dalyah, right? That's the midrasha and the matzah. The matzah is the feminine. Why? Lechem oni, meaning the bread of poor, empty, nothing. That no arrogance. That's how matzah is the feminine. Matzot. Okay, I'll leave that alone. I'm going off topic. So the tzimtzum is that feminine. Once there's that feminine, when someone receives something, which means now, what do? I have to transmit. That's the feminine. It's interesting because embryologically, for the first 40 days, The default is feminine. That when does the child become a boy, something has to happen on day 40, 41, or 42. Certain cells secrete certain things, and that makes it into a man. But the default is female. Amazing. Amazing. Okay. I don't know how we got there. Did I close the loop? We talked about Torah. We talked Morashah. Bread of shame, very good. I had thought about that. That's very good. I have to think about it a little bit more. Bread of shame. So now, from the teacher's perspective, you are not allowed to take money. Now, what's the halakha from the student's perspective? Is the student allowed to pay? Yes. And the halakha is like this. The Rambam talks about this. He says, what if the student can't find a teacher willing to teach him for free? Yes, the teachers are all making a mistake. And the Rambam is very strong about this. Unlike every other posek, the Rambam is very, very strong about this. There's no negotiating around what he says. Okay? So what is the student supposed to do? I have to learn Torah. The only people that are willing to teach have to pay. I have to pay. What's the halakha? You have to pay. Now, when you become a big Talmid Chacham, you're going to say to yourself, guess what? I can charge. Why? Because unlike Moses, I had to pay. Rambam says halakha is no. Even if you had to pay to learn, you have to teach it for free. So 1 second. So coming back. So the student, from the student's perspective, that's why you always have to have erech. Where are you? What are you talking about, right? If you don't have that, it's a mess. It's a jumbled mess. There's conflicts all over the place. You have to know where you are. So if we're talking about from the teacher's perspective, not allowed to take money. Student's perspective, allowed to give money. So where's the meeting of the minds? What you said. What you said is the teacher has if we're talking about in America, a not-for-profit organization. When I have a not-for-profit company, I don't own that company. According to U.S. law, when you have a not-for-profit company, the company is not owned by anyone. The board manages the money. Am I correct? I mean, anyone is an accountant or a tax law, right? But the company is not owned by a person. If the company... He has fiduciary duties, but it's ownerless, right? So if the company folds, they got to do something with the money. So for instance, you have a young Israel in a certain place. And for instance, it's not working out so well, right? So they have a lot of funds. And the funds there's nothing to do, the shul, whatever. So what do? They have to then take that money and give it over to, it can't be pocketed by the board members or given to the rabbi. Of course, if they owe the rabbi money, that's a separate issue, right? They have to fulfill their fiduciary duties. And once those duties are fulfilled, any extra money has to be given over to another young Israel. That's how not-for-profit works. So if students want to give, and I think that's not something that should be discouraged, okay? It's not required, but it shouldn't be discouraged. There should be a way that the teacher can then have a not-for-profit organization where that money is then given, and then that teacher can use that money to further the teaching, not personally, because that's touchy, and that's why it's so important, because really, if you think about the ideal, the teacher should not be touching this money. It's dangerous. If from the Torah's perspective, God says you have to teach for free, and now the student is giving me money, what do I do with that money? What should I do with that money?
Give it in a name.
Either give it to someone else or use it for whatever my expenses are as a teacher, honestly, or use it in order to further the teacher's message. That's different.
It's not your salary.
But no.
It's use it for books.
Correct. So Be'ezrat Hashem, on the holidays, I'm going to New York, and there's a shul that basically wants me to function as their teacher for the holiday. What's that? No, for Pesach. And we negotiated. Again, I gave them a number. They didn't like the number. I said, so give me every number you want. I'm not doing this for money. It's good for them to pay. Okay. And basically what we're doing is they're going to give it to my not-for-profit organization, which I have. And then I'll decide to do with what that not-for-profit money, whatever it is. You know, it's just sitting there. It doesn't belong to me while I have control over what happens. It's an honesty factor. But at the end of the day, it's not going into my account because I don't want to touch that money.
Does that go?
That if you had teachers doing that in the world, the message would be very different. I think, unfortunately, again, I'm not saying anything for rabbis who take salaries. When a person becomes a rabbi of a synagogue, they're not getting paid for teaching Torah. They're getting paid for answering the phone with, family issues. They're getting paid for other things, right? The job of rabbi is not the same as the job of teacher, okay? It's a whole different situation. And there are great teachers who could be lousy rabbis, and there are lousy rabbis who could be great teachers, all right? So at the end of the day, it's a separate job. That's different. I'm not talking about the job as a rabbi. I'm talking about as a teacher, you should not be taking money. And if the students want to give, you find a vehicle that they can give, that you're not touching that money, that it's basically going to a not-for-profit so that you can decide what to do with it. Yes?
For a quick clarification point. So when they pay me to teach, or they give me, it costs me to run my organization.
That's different.
Okay. But then when it crosses the line into they want me to coach them on their personal lives, that's no longer teaching.
Okay, if you're teaching them about life, that's life coach. That's a job. That's not necessarily a teacher. It's a life coach, right? And again, as a teacher, I'm obligated to teach students. It could be that if I have one student who wants special time, right? First of all, I don't generally do that. I just don't have time, okay? Because I have another job, okay? So I don't have time to do individual, right? And I wouldn't charge. I just say, no, I can't do that. I just don't have time for individual, right? Right, so that's different. But again, the best thing to do is to try to be careful to make sure, again, it's allowed because it's a life coach situation, right? But when it's bordering on teaching Torah, you want to then be careful that that money is not used for personal gain. We see that very clearly with Moshe Rabbeinu. What is the difference between Moses and Nadav and Avihu? I discussed this yesterday. I'll bring it up again today. What's the difference between Moses and Nadav and Avihu? First of all, Nadav and Avihu are Kedoshim, right? Moses was told that there are going to be sacrifices. That's going to be a sacrifice, which means someone is going to die. There's going to be a tragedy. The Gemara says Moses thought it was him or Aharon. And instead it was Nadav and Avihu. So we understand that Nadav and Avihu in some ways are compared to Moses and Aaron.
They say those two were equal to all of Israel.
So they died.
Yeah, they died.
And what does Moshe Rabbeinu tell Aharon to console him? Bikrovai ekadesh. Well, if they sinned, how are they close to God? They're not. Sin causes a distance from God. It causes death. Mitzvot cause life. Who's attached to God? That's a person who's alive. Who's detached from God? That's a person who's dead. A person sins, they're dying. A person does mitzvot, they're living. It's just straightforward. Has nothing to do with breathing and oxygen and cellular respiration. That's the manifestation of life. Life it changes. Sometimes a person's living, sometimes a person is dying. It all depends on what their spiritual level is and what kind of mitzvot and avonot they did in that particular time frame. Okay? So now Nadav and Avihu b'krovai kadesh, but they died. How are they compared to Moses and Aaron? So I'll give you a nice understanding. I think I've said it before. Forgive me, I'll say it again. Moshe Rabbeinu's character trait par excellence, what it says over and over and over again in Dvarim. 40 yom, lechem lo achalti, umayim lo shatiti. 40 days, bread I didn't eat, water I didn't drink. Now, pishat, yes. For 120 days, Moses didn't eat and drink. I can't explain that medically. There's just no way. Not eating, maybe, if he was a big guy, he's got some storage. Not drinking for 120 days, even if you got air conditioning on an air kavod, there's no way, not possible medically. So miracle, now I'm not disagreeing with the peshat, but the Torah is giving me another yesod underneath. Because what does it say about Nadav and Avihu? What was their mistake? Vayehezu et ha'elohim vayochelu vayishtu. They had a vision of God, which is exactly what Moses was doing the whole time. But for them, it says they ate and drank. Simple meaning, they were having a sandwich as they were having a revelation of God. Simple meaning.
This is with the second when they were there.
Yes, this is on Har Sinai. So this is in the Parashat Mishpatim. Simple meaning, they were having a sandwich while they were having a prophetic event.
As it said, at that time, I did not punish them. At that time.
And they were supposed to die on that spot, but they didn't die until the inauguration of the Mishkan, because they repeated the mistake that they made at Har Sinai at the inauguration of the Mishkan. So simple meaning, they had a sandwich when they were having a vision of God. They didn't have a sandwich when they went into the Kodesh. So how do we understand that? What is achilah? What is shtiyah? Physical, personal benefit. What is Moses saying? 40 days and 40 nights, I was with God in the closest relationship a human being has ever had and will ever have to God. In that time, I received no personal benefit. It was all on behalf of Klal Yisrael. That was protection for him. Because, like I said, man's got to know his limitations. When there's ahava, which brings a person close, there has to be yirah, which creates a border. Unbridled ahava is exactly what Nadav and Avihu had. So therefore, what does it say? They ate and they drank. They received personal benefit, which means they, for a small, maybe it's only 2%, I don't know, very small percent, 1%, I'm not blaming them. But for a small amount, they were personally benefiting from that relationship with God and that closeness. That's what ultimately resulted in their death. And it's very simple. You want to get close to God? If you don't have protection, guess what? You're a lot closer to God when you're dead than when you're alive. So their desire was to get close to God. Their desire wasn't to die. But because they received personal benefit, a small amount, that removed the protection. So when they got close to God, God takes them. And that's why Moses says, Bikrovai ekadesh. I'm sanctified with the close ones. They wanted to be close to me. Unfortunately, they got very close. Moses knew how to maintain no personal benefit. That's connected to what we're talking about, the Torah. That's a little bit from the deeper meaning of what the Rambam's talking about. When a person receives personal, again, teachers become stronger teachers based on students asking questions. Yes, that's personal. That's okay. But when we're talking about money, yes, that is dangerous for the teacher.
Hey, Rabbi, isn't this also presented in Pirkei Avot when it says, don't get too close to your teacher, you may get burnt by the fire?
Oh, that's different because that's a disrespect issue.
Oh,
when you get, okay, let's think about it this way. The teacher represents, in some ways, God. Ye morah rabach k'morah shamayim. It says morah, which is mem resh aleph, which is fear, awe. Your meaning, there are teachers you want to get close to. You want to get close to your teachers, and that's a good thing. Just like we want to get close to God. I'm not saying a teacher is God, but vis-a-vis, there's a comparison between the morah, the fear a person supposed to have for the teacher, and the fear is supposed to happen to God. Why? Because if one gets too close to the teacher, well, let me say it a different way. too familiar with the teacher,
That's what I'm saying.
then what's going to happen is they're going to do something that's going to be disrespectful to the teacher because it's not an equal relationship. They won't even know it, and the response of the teacher is going to be dangerous to them. We see this in the Talmud. But we see this in Talmud. There was the most amazing relationship Rabbi Yochanan and Resh Lakish had. Rabbi Yochanan was the teacher. Resh Lakish was the student. It's clear. How did they meet? At the lake. At the lake, because Resh Lakish was the chief of the robbers. And Rabbi Yochanan was the greatest rabbi of the generation. So Resh Lakish, Rabbi Yochanan was very handsome. Why? He was a descendant of Yosef. It says about Rabbi Yochanan that he would stand outside the mikveh. So when the Jewish women would come out of the mikveh, they would see his face, and then they would go home and they would have beautiful children. They asked Rabbi Yochanan, aren't you worried about Ayin Hara? And he says, I am from the Zerah of Yosef, and the Ayin Hara does not have effect on me. Why? Ben Porat Yosef, Ben Porat Ale Ayin. No. Ben Porat Yosef, Ben Porat Ale Ayin. What is Ale Ayin? Above the Ayin Hara. So his protection was he was the descendant of Yosef. Same idea. Okay, now, coming back. So Rabbi Yochanan is in the lake, and he's bathing. And Resh Lakish says, your beauty is wasted on being a rabbi. Which means if you join us, we can get you a lot of women. Now, Resh Lakish, being an unusually amazing personality, instead of getting angry and all that kind of stuff, what does he do? He says, and your skills are wasted on being a thief. Because he's the leader of the robbers. If you could be a leader of robbers, you could be leader of people that are not robbers. Leadership is a trait. If a person could be a leader of thieves, they could be a leader of non-thieves. Right? You just change what you're leading, that's all. And Rabbi Yochanan said, and I'm going to prove it to you. You think I'm handsome? You haven't met my daughter. And if you come and learn Torah, I will give you my daughter as a wife. Now, Resh Lakish was intrigued by this, right? And he decided to abandon thievery, and he became Rabbi Yochanan's chief student. Look at Machloket in the Gemara. Amar Rabbi Yochanan, Amar Resh Lakish. Which means they disagree with each other almost all the time. When there's a Machloket in the Gemara, Rabbi Yochanan, Resh Lakish. So, and this worked out for a long time, but there was a certain incident that happened, I don't remember because I haven't read it in a little while, where Resh Lakish went a little too far, and Rabbi Yochanan looked at him, and he turned into a galav atzamot, into a heap of bones, which means he died.
I thought only Rashbi could do that.
No. Okay? So now, that's the danger. When there's too much familiarity, that's the Pirkei Avot. Too much familiarity where we don't have the proper border of Yirah, there's a risk that could happen. So just to finish the story, so then they brought a student to learn with Rabbi Yochanan because he was all depressed because he lost Resh Lakish. Right? So they brought a student to learn with Rabbi Yochanan. And every time Rabbi Yochanan said something, the student says, you're right, Rabbi. You're right, Rabbi. You're right, Rabbi. And then finally, Rabbi Yochanan is exasperated. He says, when I used to learn with Resh Lakish, he would give me 200 reasons why I was wrong. Where is my Resh Lakish? So they had but yeah, again, it's a careful relationship. So the moral of the story is, teacher-student relationship is a very holy relationship, but it requires there are halachot that talk about this. There's a halacha of whether or not how a teacher can interact with their students. They're not supposed to go
out drinking.
That's exactly right. That's the halacha.
Don't go out drinking. not a good
Teachers should not go out drinking with their students. That doesn't mean the teacher can't go drinking. Okay, again, I'm not talking getting drunk, but why is that? Let's understand why that is. Why is it not allowed? First of all, the student will lose respect for the teacher. But what is alcohol going to do?
Causes conversation, which can lead to familiarity.
And then
It'll lead to
it's
mixed
still the
dates.
teacher.
It'll lead to mixed dates.
Lack of respect, and then we have galat samot. So therefore, that is not something, it's not healthy for the teacher, and it's very unhealthy for the student.
So then why doesn't it say, so if it says, so why doesn't it say buy yourself a lot? Because then it becomes more of a professional relationship. Why are you buying
Because
yourself?
God said you can't charge. Done.
So you can charge to have a friend.
Okay, knei chaver, I'm not sure it means to pay for a friend. I mean, let's think about in life. How many friends, I'm talking about real friends, not fake friends. I'm talking not acquaintances, I'm talking about friends. You pay them?
If you want to get close to somebody who has something that you have, something you want to learn, you pay, you take them out for a cup of coffee.
That's teacher student. I'm not talking chaver. Let's first talk about a colleague. Because chaver is like a colleague. Okay? A chaver is like a colleague. Okay? So colleagues, you don't pay.
I'm trying to understand why it's in the same sentence.
I'm going to tell you.
Okay.
Okay? There's a difference between aseh lecha rav, make for yourself a rav. A rav is someone, again, there it's talking about what's called rav muvhak. We don't have that nowadays. Okay? Rav muvhak is a halakhic term for someone who has taught their student the majority of the Torah that they've learned. And there are specific halachot for rav muvhak that are different than the typical disrespect. Either one is not allowed. But rav muvhak, you have to mourn for 30 days when the person dies. Like Moses. When Moses died, how long did they mourn? 30 days. Right? Rav Muvhak. When Rav Muvhak dies, then the student is never allowed, first, you're not allowed to disagree with the rabbi, but Rav Muvhak is chayav mitah from Shemayim if you disagree with Rav Muvhak. There's a way to say it in a way that's not disrespectful, but it's from Shemayim. Rav Muvhak doesn't exist nowadays because most people learn Torah from many, many different sources. So there's no real concept of Rav Muvhak nowadays, okay? Was his Rav Muvhak?
So when he ever disagreed with him, it was fine.
No, again, it's the disagreement. Okay, Rav Yochanan was asking for that disagreement.
Metgefe. He's
English, what do you mean?
He's attacking him like the argument.
Matkifle, but that's from an argumentative point of view. That's just logically, that is not personal. That's why it's very dangerous, okay? Forgive me for saying this. I need to say it. So it's because it's the truth, at least the way I look at the truth, and maybe someone will disagree. That's okay. There's a reason why it says one has to be cautious of teaching Talmud Torah to women. And nowadays, it's probably, men is not that much different, unfortunately, because there's been a little confusion. What's the difference? When we're having a discussion about a sugya, it is not allowed to become personally affected by that. You're disagreeing with me? Who are you to disagree with me? Men generally, although nowadays maybe less so, classically have a better ability to separate the intellect from the emotion. Because otherwise, it's dangerous. Women have a harder time doing that, which gives them certain amazing abilities in other spheres, but not in this sphere. Halakhic discourse. That's why it's very cautious, right? And look at the classic example. There's a classic example in the Talmud of a tragedy that happened. What's her name? Bruria, the wife of Rabbi Meir. Bruria was an exceptionally intelligent, smart woman who was teaching in the Bet Midrash. Right? She was giving classes to the men in the Bet Midrash. And her husband was Rabbi Meir, who's arguably one of the greatest rabbis of his generation. So at one point, when she was teaching, one of the subjects that came up is that women have, I'll use the term in Hebrew, datehen kala. We have to understand what that means. Bruria said, what? What? Datehen kala? How is that possible? How is it possible that they're weak in knowledge? If you, the exact translation, okay? Or light in knowledge. Can't be. So it came back to Rabbi Yochanan that his wife disagreed with this statement. Not Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Meir. Came back to him that his wife disagreed with this statement. And so what does the statement really mean? It doesn't mean that they're stupid, chas v'shalom, because she was teaching in Bet Midrash. She's clearly not stupid. She's clearly not light in knowledge. What does it mean that their da'at is kala? Kof.
Read it with the kaf. And it's
No.
actually-
Don't read it with a kaf. Read it with a kof. Why did the snake go to Chava? Why was Moses instructed when you're presenting the Torah to the Jewish people, first go to the women? Because women are trusting. Chava trusted the snake. That was her mistake. But the snake went to her and not to Adam because Adam would have been skeptical. Chava was suggestible, seducible.
Gullible?
Gullible is a little too negative of a word. I don't want to use gullible,
I have
okay?
a little bit of a hard time with this conversation.
I know you are, but that's
Easily
okay.
suggestible, 'cause he's Convincible.
I did give the warning ahead of time. Sorry, I did give the warning ahead of time. And why does God tell Moses to go to the women first? He says, go to the women and talk to them softly. Ko tamar lebet Yaakov. Go, Rashi says this clearly, go talk to the women first and talk to them softly. Why? Because first of all, they're righteous women. You're going to tell them about the Torah, and they're going to accept it because they're going to trust the source where it's coming from. Once the women accept it, then you go to the men and you hit him over the head with a crowbar, because once the women accept it, it's done. And the men, you give them harsh. Tough. I was once in a synagogue once where it wasn't that way. They kept firing rabbis. So I told the men, this is Seudah Shlishit, there's no women around. I said, listen, you guys are a bunch of women. I said, why are you a bunch of women? Because the rabbi says something, you get offended. A bunch of women. The rabbi shall to get up in front of the congregation on Shabbat and say, if you're doing this, you're going to hell. Try using the word hell in American congregation. Not going to work too well. Maybe with the Bukharim a little bit, perhaps. In New York you can, but you can't use that word. You start saying a lot of hell speech, you're out of there. If you're on payment or not payment, you're out of there. Okay? So I said, you guys are a bunch of women. It says in the parasha, Ko tamar lebet Yaakov. You talk to the women softly and nicely. The approach is a different approach with women. They don't need that harshness. Men, you need the harshness. So that's the understanding. So Bruria didn't understand so well what this meant because she was nogea badavar. So Rabbi Meir wanted to prove to his wife that she was suggestible. He did it in a way that was completely inappropriate. He hired a student to go and try to seduce his wife. Yes. Crazy! And guess what? He worked on her over the course of time, and finally, she agreed. And instead of the student showing up, Rabbi Meir showed up. It's beyond crazy. Listen, the Talmud, just like the Torah, does not hide the deficits of our greats.
I think
Let me finish the story.
overgeneralizing, and that's all I have to say.
Fine, I get it. There's generalization. There are unique personalities that are different amongst everyone. Devorah was a force to be reckoned with. Yael was a force to be reckoned with. Perhaps these are exceptions. These are the kind of women that were able to do a avera l'shem shamayim. The only examples that I'm aware that the Talmud brings of a sin l'shem shamayim is women. Esther, Yael. So it might be that same character, when in other women, they can actually do something that's completely, look at what's her name, Hannah. How does Hannah give birth to a son? She tells God, you're going to give me a son no matter what. You can choose the easy way. I'm paraphrasing. You can choose the easy way. You can choose the hard way. Here's the easy way. I don't have to tell you. You created the birds and the bees. You understand. Here's the hard way. I'm going to go to another man. I'm going to be alone with him. My husband's a righteous man. He's going to know I was alone with another man. He's going to warn me never to go alone with that man again. I'm going to go alone with that man again, but I'm not going to sin. And my husband is going to take me to the Beit HaMikdash and make me drink the water of Sotah. And I'm going to drink the water of the Sotah. And because I didn't sin, you're going to give me what I need. And what I need is a son. Why are you going to allow your name to be erased? Don't do that. Just give me a son. It worked.
She's a good negotiator.
I mean, wow. So at the end of the day, there's a balance here. Okay, there's a balance. Yes, okay. Again, God created the world in balances. We have to understand men and women are different. There are qualities that women have, there are qualities that men have. So what the rabbis are trying to do, and maybe in an extreme case, and maybe in a generalization, they're trying to show there are different qualities. It doesn't mean anyone is better than the other. It's just different qualities. And that's why the ultimate is when men and women are together in a relationship, in a marriage, and then there's a symbiosis of those two excellent qualities together. They each remove from each other the bad qualities and promote the good qualities amongst each other. And that's called Adam. Okay, we got off a little bit today. All right, let's continue on over here. שממנו נמשכים החיים וכל הנפשות הפורחות מארץ א' ד' נ' י'. So we say א' ד' נ' י' is the feminine, Eretz is the feminine. Yes? Okay? כאומרו, like it says, תוצא הארץ נפש חיה למינה. When the Torah is giving the language of the plants or the animals that were growing, what does it say? Totzeh haaretz. Let the aretz give forth living creatures. Aretz. I wasn't aware that cows are born from the aretz. What's this talking about?
Maybe all like these cows eat grass. It's from the Orah.
No, it says bring up cows from the aretz. The only living thing that was made from the aretz was Adam. Apparently, the pasuk says that not only was Adam made from the aretz, but all of the living creatures. Okay, you want to understand this scientifically? Everything started in the water, and then it came on land. Okay, so what do you do with that? It started in the water, it didn't start on land. Living things didn't start in the water, in the land. Living things started in the water, and then they came on the land. And when they came on the land, some of them stayed on the land. So how do we understand this? The word aretz means other things. What do we say aretz means? The feminine. And then, now we understand. The feminine is the source of everything that lives. Most animals are given birth by a woman, right? Either an egg is laid from a woman, from a female, or a fetus grows inside a woman. So everything is brought forth from the feminine. Now, it just so happens that that's for all of history like that, yes? But from creation, from the beginning, it's also like that. It's basically, the Torah is telling you that all life comes from the feminine.
What do you do with asexual creatures, like aphids?
Okay, aphids, come on, stop it. Let's talk about, is there an asexual creature that you can see with your eyes?
You can see aphids with your eyes, of course.
Okay, you can hear them, you see them having relations with their eyes?
But
Okay,
they don't have relations.
let's talk about nefesh. Is an aphid a nefesh chaya? No. Okay, what's nefesh chaya? Mammals, amphibians, reptiles. How are they born? Either eggs or
egg or mammal
or female.
Egg from female.
All from female. Eggs are from female. I'm not aware of any males that have eggs. Are you aware of any males that have eggs in the biological kingdom?
Go there.
If you find one, let me know. Do the research. Go Google it or check your AI tonight, okay? But I'm not aware of any.
Thailand.
Thailand.
Asia.
What? I'm not following. What about
Are you
Asia?
crazy? Like surgeries and figure it out maybe.
Oh, don't get me with surgery. Stop that nonsense. Okay. Test tubes. I guess test tubes are not female. So if you have a test tube baby, then I guess that's not. Come on, stop it. Natural. I'm not talking about through cloning and all. I'm talking about naturally.
Okay.
In the natural state of affairs. What they're selling is everything that is living comes from the female.
Whether it's ours, whether it's a vegetable,
Whether it's I don't know, vegetable, nefesh chaya is not vegetable. Chaya means
all
alive.
plants come from the earth. Earth's feminine. So
I'm looking at the pasuk here. Vatotzeh haaretz nefesh chaya. What is nefesh chaya? Living soul. Chaya is not referring to plants. I'm taking aside. What does it say about plants? By the way, plants come from the ground as well. So at the end of the day, my drasha still stands. But the pasuk he's quoting here is not that.
okay, I'm agree.
That doesn't take any time of limud to learn. Okay, of course, plants come from the ground. Okay, but animals come from the ground. How does that work? So that's what we're learning here. That's why he picked this pasuk. The plants coming from the ground in 1263, they knew that. Okay, animals coming from the ground, nobody knew that except people who study the sod. Everything comes from the female. Okay? That's why, what was Chava's name? Chava. Why is she called Chava? Em kol chai, meaning what? It should say Em kol adam. That's not what it says. Em kol chai. We're learning a yesod. The female is the mother of life. And from a Kabbalistic point of view, it's the Malchut that takes the Shefa from above, improves it, and distributes it to the lower world. That is the function of the female. Completely consistent across the animal kingdom, the vegetable kingdom, and humans, and spiritual world. In fact, the reason why the physical world is that way is because that's how it is in the spiritual world. And the first step is the tzimtzum, which is the malchut of the Ein Sof. Okay? Wow. I can go on that topic. The feminine represents borders, limitation, discipline. Ah, yes. Necessary items for survival. And that's why the tzimtzum is those things. It's the concept of limits, borders, din. Din is necessary for survival in the world.
Well, wasn't that also the book of Shemot? The book we're just coming out of. That's what Shemot was. It was a series of boundaries, borders, discipline.
That's Har Sinai. But we don't have to go to Shemot. We can go to the first Jewish or first Hebrew or first monotheistic couple in the world, Avraham and Sarah. They represent what I just said. Avraham was chesed, loving kindness, unlimited loving kindness, even in places where it shouldn't go, Yishmael. Sarah was his balance, was his border, was his discipline, was his limitation. Do not give to this one, because this one will not inherit with my son. They are that initial relationship that shows the chesed and the gvura, and the relationship that needs to happen between chesed and gvura. And Yitzchak and Rivka were the opposite. So there you go. Sometimes it doesn't follow the mold. Yitzchak was gvura, din. Rivka was chesed. And then you have Yaakov, who had the proper mixture of both. That's why he's called Tiferet. That's why he's called Emet. You got it. That's why he is the the majority of the tree is Yaakov. Yes, you have the chesed is the right arm, you have the gvura as the left arm. The trunk is represented by the tiferet, that's Yaakov. And that's why Yaakov has what's called mitah shlema, because he has a full bed. All of his children were righteous because he had the proper balance. And it's not that Rivka and Leah did not contribute, and the other two women did not contribute. They did. But Yaakov had the proper balance as a man. The first one in history that has the proper balance as a man, that was Yaakov. Avraham was imbalanced. He had overriding chesed. Yitzchak was overriding din, imbalance. Therefore, they had to have the wife to be that balance for them. Yaakov is the first one that has the balance internally. It doesn't mean he wasn't contributed by the wives, but at the end, he had that balance internally. And that's why his mitah is shlema, all righteous. Okay. Incidentally, if we think about it, why was Yosef the one that was seduced? Or almost? He's Yesod.
He was supposed to be born a
No, now we get it. Yosef was supposed to be born a woman. Yes?
Or
No.
it just never mind.
So therefore, Yosef had certain feminine quality. He was a man, 100%. I'm not saying anything about his masculinity here. But what do we know about Yosef?
Fair skin, a curly hair, play with his hair.
When did he get into trouble with Potiphar, his wife? He had been sold as a slave, right, by his own brothers. You can imagine what emotionally that would have done to a normal person, right? Now he's in the house of Potiphar. Potiphar was attracted to him, but he was particularly attracted to Yosef. So God did a special favor for Yosef, and he made it that Potiphar was unable to have any activity. Now Potiphar's wife doesn't have a companion.
Where does it say Potiphar was attracted to Yosef? Potiphar himself?
Okay.
Midrash.
Potiphar himself.
Midrash.
Potiphar himself.
Okay.
Okay.
So that,
Egypt was full of homosexuality,
yeah, I know.
like we said. Okay, now,
The next in line.
what did Yosef do to make himself available? Why is it that Potiphar's wife, we think Potiphar only had one slave? She had many slaves. What is it that suddenly caught her attention regarding Yosef?
Was attractive to her? I don't know.
Was it because he was uber capable? Was it because?
One
I
second.
don't know where it says he was supposed to be a girl.
So let's see what happens here. Watch this. I'm going to read you a bunch of Pesukim. Again, when you study the Torah, you have to look at the small, not small print, it's big print, but the small details. It says, first it says over here, everybody understand Hebrew? Yes, Hebrew? So? Okay. Vayar Adonai ki Adonai tov v'chol asher hu oseh Adonai matzliach be'ado. So his Adon, Potiphar, saw that God was with Yosef, and everything Yosef did, he was matzliach with. By the way, that's exactly what's happened in all the history for the Jewish people, that God's on their side. They make a lot of money. They all this other kind of stuff, and that's what the Goyim don't like us. Vayimtza Yosef hen be'einav vayisharet oto vayafkideu al beto v'chol asher kol yesh lo natan biado. What does it mean that Yosef found favor in the eyes of Potiphar? Do I need to continue on that one, or we get it? All right? Aviv, are we good? Yosef found favor in the eyes of Potiphar. The Torah is saying he liked him, and he liked him.
He didn't do anything with him. They just liked him. Okay.
No, because the functioning immediately stopped. Can't do anything if there's no operations. If the operations is closed, there's no help. ויהי מאז הפקיד אותו בביתו ועל כל אשר יש לו, ויברך אדוני את בית המצרי בגלל יוסף, ויהי ברכת אדוני בכל אשר יש לו בבית ובשדה. Look at what the Torah is saying. Birkat. All of the blessings that happened in Potiphar's house, the source of those blessings was Yosef. When you hear source of blessings, and this is the Kabbalah class, what is that talking about? Feminine. The source of bracha is the feminine. The Shabbat is called Mekor HaBracha, not because it's masculine, but because it's feminine. Now continue. ויעזוב כל אשר שואל לו ביד יוסף ולא ידע איתו מאומה כי אם הלחם אשר הוא אוכל ויהי יוסף יפה תואר ויפה מראה. Now we got the problem. So now the Potiphar left everything in Yosef's hands except the bread. The Egyptians were funky on the bread because they didn't like to share bread with shepherds, okay? So the bread, basically, Potiphar kept him. But everything else was in the hands of Yosef. And then the Torah says, and Yosef was Yefet Torah v'Yifeh Mar'eh, meaning he was good-looking and he was of good attributes. Why is the Torah putting that here? Did that suddenly change? If Yosef was born Yefet Torah v'Yifeh Mar'eh, why is the Torah telling us here? Because emotionally, he recovered from the fact that he was sold by his brothers. He's seeing that his dream, what's his dream? His dreams were, I'm going to be a leader. Yes? And he comes into a house as a slave. And what is he within a very short period of time? The leader, with the exception of Potiphar. So Yosef is understanding here that all of this, of course, now he didn't doubt it, but now he's seeing it's all Mina Shamayim, that the brothers sold him, it's Mina Shamayim. He's seeing this here. Where's his mistake?
He doesn't know his limitation.
He showed him he was handsome. So he was not afraid to be handsome.
Make himself handsome. Make himself attractive.
Why is the Torah telling us here that he's Yefet Torah? Because once he recovered from the emotional damage that he had, the psychological damage of being sold by his brothers, what?
He saw himself as a leader.
Now, he's not a schlepper. He's a leader. Continue. What else does Rashi say there?
Curling his hair,
Misalsel b'se'arav. Look at the language of Rashi. What is misalsel?
Spin around, turn around.
Arranging his hair, making him. Now, women, this is totally allowed. Men, I'm sorry, it's not. There are concepts of tzniut that are for women, and there are concepts of tzniut that are for men. For instance, for many hundreds of years, men were not allowed to look at themselves in the mirror. Oh, wow. And then the Torah, last week's parasha, what does it tell us? Marot atzoveot. Why is it that Moshe Rabbeinu couldn't get his hands around this? Because for a man, looking in a mirror is what? Improper. And that doesn't mean they don't have to look good for their wife. But they're not supposed to be proud of their looks. Men are not allowed to dye their hair.
Is that halacha?
Yes.
It's in the Shulchan Aruch.
Lo yibashke ve'simlat isha. Look at the Gemara, what it says. No! A man is not allowed to pluck out the gray hairs from their head. A woman is, of course, allowed. So there are halachot of tzniut that are for men and for women. Is a woman allowed to wear yellow clothing? Yes. Is a man allowed to wear yellow clothing? No.
And we're allowed to wear
Again, whatever you guys want to wear, as long as you're only attracting to your husband, it's fine. If you're trying to attract others, then it's a big problem. Okay. Now, men, it's different. So we see there are differences. Again, nowadays it's all mixed up because, like I said before, men and women, it's all the same because men act like women, all that kind of stuff, right? But I'm talking about ancient, unheard of. So Moses, the women bring the mirrors. He's disgusted by this because he's coming in from the approach of a man. God says, you don't get it. This is the reason why you guys are here, is because the women use the mirrors to be attractive to their husbands so they would have relations with them when they're exhausted in the fields. Moses had no idea. Why? Because Moses is a man. Now, I'll give you another classic example. As a man, what's the big deal about covering your hair? I'm asking the men.
Not to show off the hair.
No, I'm not asking you on the women's. I'm asking from a man's perspective. If the Torah told you that you have to cover your hair, what would the man say? No big deal. Great. Covers up my bald spot. Nobody's going to know where things are going. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. When you look at it from a perspective of a man, you don't understand how challenging it is for a woman. But if you want to understand how the other person lives, you have to understand it from their perspective. I'll give you how I learned this. Baruch Hashem, I was a doctor, still a doctor. I had a private practice. I had a lot of women patients, okay? And generally, unless it was snowing or ice outside, they wouldn't cancel their appointments with me. I was busy, so they had to wait for an appointment. The only time a woman would cancel an appointment for me is the hairdresser that she needs to go to is available at that time. Sorry, I'm just letting you know. I have to cancel my appointment with the doctor. I'll reschedule in a week or two. I got an appointment with the hairdresser. So we have no clue because we're looking at it from our perspective and not from theirs. Okay? Moses had the same issue. Now, Yosef, what does he do? He's starting to make himself handsome. He's feeling good about himself. Again, I'm not saying he did any terrible sin. Okay, this was before Matan Torah. But when the Torah says, the next thing after it says, when Yosef is Yefeh Torah v'Yefeh Mareh, what happens? Vayhi is oy va'avoy, achar ha'devarim ha'ele. Now you know there's trouble coming, right? Whenever the Torah says, Vayhi achar ha'devarim ha'ele, gidal ha'melech ha'ashverosh et Haman. When you see that, you know there's trouble coming. Vayhi voihi, oy va'avoy. אחר הדרלה, ותישא אשת אדוניו את עיניה אל יוסף, ותאמר שכבה עמי. Why does it happen now?
I'm sending the bear for you.
What's that?
I'm sending the bear.
What's the bear? Why does it happen? Forget the rush. Shot. Why does it happen now? Because the Torah just told you, Yosef is Yefeh Torah v'Yefeh Mareh. He put himself out as handsome. As Billy Crystal used to say, if you look good, you feel good, right? He started to feel good, and because he felt good, he started to look good. And that attracted her. That was his mistake. Why did he make that mistake? Because he originally was supposed to be a woman. So inside, he had certain character traits, and that's why, what did it say about Yosef? He had a handsomeness. Doesn't say that about Yaakov. It doesn't say that about Abraham. It doesn't say that about Yitzchak. He had a handsomeness. He had that Rabbi Yochanan, what does he say? He would stand outside the mikveh so the women would see his face and give birth to beautiful children. Why? Because he was the descendant of Yosef. When the Torah wants to talk about beauty, who does it focus on? It focuses on Chava. It focuses on Sarah. It doesn't focus on the men, except here. Except Yosef. And there's another one that it focuses on too. David HaMelech.
Oh,
One second. Why David HaMelech?
because he was a ginger?
Why David HaMelech?
Blue eyes? Malchut?
Why does the Tanakh tell us that David HaMelech was handsome? What does David HaMelech represent?
Malchut?
Malchut. Ah. we see a pattern underneath everything. Okay? What are you going to say? Good?
Yeah.
Good?
Just where do we know that he was supposed to be a woman?
I'll show it to you. It's in the Midrash.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So you're saying that beauty is associated with Malchut?
Yes. It's also associated with Tiferet, but it's not that's more of a beauty that's internal beauty. Malchut is the goal. What is the goal of Malchut? Is to expose. The Jews are mamlechet kohanim. What word is used? Mamlechet. Feminine. What does mean mamlechet?
Kingship.
Meaning their job is to expose God in the world. We've learned this on the inside. That's how we as a nation function as Malchut. That's why the Talmud says a Jewish man can say Kriyat Shema up until the third hour of the day. Why up until the third hour of the day? Because we're all Melech. We're all kings and queens. Okay? And as kings and queens, what's our responsibility? To wear the keter. What does the keter symbolize? Malchut. And the keter is everyone to see. Where do we see that in a man's clothing now? Tefillin. What does it say about the tefillin? V'yar'u amei haaretz ki shem Adonai nikra alecha v'yar'u mimeka. That the nations of the world will see that the name of God is called on you and will learn fear from you. What's that referring to? Tefillin shalosh. That's called a keter. Who wears a keter? Only a melech.
So if we're to expose God in the world, it's much easier to accept the existence of God if it's clothed in beauty.
Yes, and what's the whole concept of ze'eli ve'anvehu? What is ze'eli ve'anvehu? What do we learn from that? We say in the Shirat Hayam, hitna'eh lefanai b'mitzvot. A man, when he wants to show expression of beauty, should do it through the mitzvot. Right? So you buy a lulav, etrog. You find the nicest etrog you can afford. You want to buy Sefer Torah. If you're going to buy Sefer Torah, you buy the nicest Sefer Torah with the most beautiful ktav. You want to buy a book, Sefer. It should be the most beautiful book. Why you look 100 years ago, books were all black, very boring. Printing was terrible. Art Scroll changed that. Art Scroll changed that. Every one of those books is beautiful. The binding is strong. The covers are strong. It's beautiful to look at. Look, and they put effort in that. That doesn't come from nothing. If you look years ago, a Gemara wasn't beautiful. It was functional. Pale. Because men are focused on function. No, Art Scroll says no. We have to focus on beauty. There's a beauty that's the Torah. Okay? Okay, let's continue. The Husod HaShabbat. And this is the Sod of the Shabbat. What does the Shabbat represent? Thank you. Female. Shehu Yom HaShivi'i. It's the seventh day. Why does it say Yom HaShivi'i? What do we say the word Yom means? It has two meanings. Yom means day. What else does Yom mean? Sefirah. The seventh Sefirah, which is Malchut. Or, depending on how you look at it, it will also be Yesod. Why? Do you count from Chesed or do you count from the Binah? If you count from the Binah, the Yesod is the seventh Sefirah. So once again, Erech, it depends on what is your reference point. And that's why you'll see certain times Yesod is called the seventh Sefirah, and sometimes Malchut is called the seventh Sefirah. Guess what? They're both correct. What's unique about the Sod, and which makes it very difficult, especially for people who are early, okay, is you can have two opposite things that are both true. Generally, you can't have two opposite things that are true. Okay? This is a book and it's not a table. Anybody think this is a table? No, it's a book. Okay? So let me explain to you how, from a sod perspective, something can be two different things that are the same. Okay? And this is the concept of Erech explained in a very simple way. I'm showing you this book. Tell me its measurements. It's about 4 inches wide on top, and it's about, say, 5 inches long, right? Anybody disagree with that? Anybody disagree with that? No, right? Now, so in the Kabbalah, we change our perspective. Over here, I'm going to change the book because I can't do it otherwise, right? But now, instead of looking at it this way, I look at it this way. Well, now it's 1 inch on top and the same on the bottom. I can describe this book as 4 inches across on top and 5 inches down, or I can describe this book as 1 inch on top and 5 inches down. They are both correct. It only depends on the perspective. So yes, Yesod can be the 7th Sfirah, or Malchut can be the 7th Sfirah. It depends on where are you counting from. And there's different reasons to start counting from the Binah versus counting from the Chesed. No. Here, again, we'll see what the rabbi is going to say, but it can be either. What I'm trying to explain is when it will say that the Yesod is the 7th Sfirah, and you say, what are you talking about? That's got to be a mistake. It's not the 7th Sfirah, it's the 6th Sfirah. No, it depends. You have to know where you're counting from. Okay? Shemimenu nimshachim chayei hanefesh. That from, so he's talking about the Yesod, and he's saying the Yesod is the 7th Sfirah. So we know the rabbi here is counting from Binah. Why would he be counting from Binah? Why is he counting from Binah, not from Chesed? If he's counting from Chesed, then technically, remember, Shabbat has a masculine and feminine attribute to it, right? Shamor, Zachor. Zachor, we talked about this before, is the masculine. Why? What's the word is very close to Zachor? Zachar. Zachar is man. So Zachor that's the male aspect of the Shabbat. Shamor is the feminine aspect of Shabbat. What does it mean, Shamor? Guard. Protect. Borders. The Talmud, the Mishnah teaches us, a man that is not married has no wall. What? You mean to tell me that if a robber is coming into the house, that the man expects the woman to grab the gun and go get him? That's going to be years of therapy on that one. They can go together or he can go first. But she's not going first, okay? That's just not the way it's supposed to be. So what does it mean the woman is the man's wall? She's his protection. Okay? So we have to understand when the rabbis are teaching us these concepts, weeded in is Kabbalistic ideas. Because without the protection of the woman, the man is in trouble because there's all kinds of sins that can be done, all kinds of temptations that can be done. Right? A man who is properly behaving recognizes that he has a wife at home. He doesn't need any other woman on the planet except for the Torah. That's the only girlfriend that a man should have. Right? And if a man has the Torah as his girlfriend, the wife should be sure that he's not going to have any other girlfriends. Okay? Whereas if he doesn't have the Torah as his girlfriend, the one thing she should be encouraging beyond the shadow of a doubt is please go have the Torah as your girlfriend. Very important. Okay? Yes, go ahead. I'm sure she'll tell you that. Yes. Okay? A good woman is always sending her husband to go learn. Not always, because they have to have a relationship, yes, but the idea that he wants to go learn is encouraged. Not, oh, you're not spending enough time. No, you encourage that behavior, unless it's too much. Which sometimes it is, because men need borders. That's part of the board the woman is doing. She gives borders to the man. So when he's going off the reservation, she says, excuse me, hello, we haven't had any time together recently. Let's spend some time together, right? That is the function. Yes? She's the one who maintains the bayit, the holiness of the house. He's going out and doing all kinds of things. She's maintaining the holiness of the house. Yes. That's, she's his choma, she's his protection. Yes?
So her ona, she makes a schedule.
She makes the schedule.
Okay.
Onata.
Oh, you're on that, right?
Okay.
Doesn't the Arizal say that a man can't even do his tikkun if he's not married?
How? Of course not. He's not a man. He's not a man. He's half a man. Right? Everybody should get married in the right time, the right place, the right person. That's the key. Okay? Wrong person, wrong play. That's not a good idea either. Better, to wait till find the right person, but don't wait too long. Hunt harder. A man is meant to hunt. Yes? That's why it says the woman was taken from man. Right? Initially, man and woman were one body. Right? The side. Tsela doesn't mean rib. It means side. Tsela hamishkan. The rib didn't have any ribs, but it had sides. Tsela means a side. So he took the side of man out of him, the feminine side, and brought it so they could be face to face. That's what it means, negdo. So what does it say? It's the derech of a man to look for a woman. Why? Because he's looking for his missing side. Okay? It's not the derech of a woman to look for a man. It's the opposite around. Yes? Okay. That's a whole Shalom Bayit class in of itself, and that's a whole dating class in itself. Okay? The Torah has everything in it. If a person looks and understands, everything is there. You don't have to look anywhere else. You don't have to look at psychology, whatever. It's all there. And if you want to look at psychology, then you find in the Torah, you realize it was there all along, you just didn't realize it. Okay? There is nothing that the Torah doesn't touch on. The rabbis were experts, and their wives, because I'm sure they learned a lot from their wives, experts at human psychology. What do you say?
Dr. Goddard.
Who's Dr. Goddard?
Love languages. He wrote that book.
I don't even know who that is. Okay. Anyway. So why is it from the Binah? Why is the rabbi counting from the Binah as opposed to the Chesed?
Isn't female feminine?
Okay, I'm listening. That's the reason.
If you want to bring through the beauty of
He's not talking about beauty now. He's talking about something else. He's talking about Yom HaShivi'i, and he's saying the Yesod is represented by Yom HaShivi'i. He's saying the seventh Sfirah is the Yesod. So obviously she's counting from the Binah as number one. Why is he counting from the Binah? He's not talking about beauty here. What does the Binah represent? So we said the Yesod represents El Chai, right? What is the Binah? Tiyeh nishmato tzira bitzror hachayim. Binah is chayim. It's the store Em Kol Chai. Em Kol Chai is the Binah. That's when woman is functioning as the mother who's giving life to the children. So when you're looking at the Toladot, you're looking at the Zer Anpin, which is the result of the interaction between the Chokhmah and the Binah. You count from the Binah. And when you do that, the Malchut is considered to be the eighth. Where do we see that in the Torah? There's something called Shvirat HaKelim. We're familiar with Shvirat HaKelim?
Just backtrack and say what you just said again.
When is the Malchut referred to as the eighth? So then I said, I went to Shvirat HaKelim. What is Shvirat HaKelim? The shattering of the vessels. which was intended by God for the purposes of creating Ra. One second, before I go back, hold on. Let me tell you where my train of thought is right now, and then I'm more than happy to go where you want me to go. Okay? The creation of Ra, because Ra is a creation. When God began the creative process, there was no Ra. How do we know that? What does it say over and over again in Breshit? Kitov, 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 which means everything is Tov. Yes? Ra is a creation. The natural state was Tov. Ra is a creation. Since it's a creation, it has a date of initiation and it has a date of expiration. Tov has no expiration. It's eternal. Ra is temporal. And that's what the Tchiyat HaMetim is all about. The destruction, the removal, us watching the removal and the killing of Ra. Okay? So the Shirat HaKelim is what allowed Ra to be created. Where do we see the Shirat HaKelim hinted to in the Torah? No. Where do we see the Shirat HaKelim hinted to in the Torah? No. What? No. ואלה המלכים אשר מלכו בארץ אדום לפני מלוך מלך לבני ישראל, and the parashat וישלח. וימלוך באדום בלע בן בעור בשם עירו דנהבה וימות בעלה וימלוך תחתיו יובב בן זרח מבוצרה. It goes through a list of kings that were died, right? They died, and then another king came, and then that king died. Who cares? Why is it the Torah already told me about the descendants of Esav and Edom? And now it comes back and tells me each one of these kings before there was a king in Israel. And then it continues on, and it says, one second. וימות בעל חנן בן אחבור וימלוך תחתיו הדר ושם עירו פעו ושם אשתו מהתבאל בן מטרד בת מזהב. The last one doesn't say he died, and the last one tells about his woman. None of the others do. Now let's count it up. How many kings we got? Bela ben Beor, 1. Yovav ben Zerach mibotzra, 2. Husham meretz hatemani, number 3. Hadad ben Bedad, number 4. Samla mimasreka, number 5. Shaul mirhovot hanahar, number 6. Baal Hanan ben Echbor, number 7. Number 8, Hadar, and that's the one that tells about his wife. No, that's the Malchut on the bottom. So this is a remez to the Shirat HaKelim. How many kelim were broken? 7. 7 kelim were broken. The Binah was never broken. That can't be. So this is talking about the 8, right? There's 8 that's mentioned here. 1 didn't die, wasn't broken. That's the Binah. Okay? But we see over here 8. 7 kelim, but there were 8 kings. This is, according to Arizal, this is the remez in the Torah for the Shirat HaKelim, which is the world of the... No, it's the world of Tohu. Very good, yes. What else is it? By the way, what parasha is Vayishlach from Bereshit? The 8th. Okay. One second. I'm going to read you another pasuk. Okay. What is going on with the speckled and the striped sheep? Lot of details over there.
The world of
A lot of details over there. We need to know. Okay, Yaakov was able to took a lot of sheep from Lavan through a trick that he did with a stick.
he's a really good shepherd.
But it goes into all these details, striped and speckled and dots. Some sheep had nekudim, some sheep had stripes, other sheep had speckles. What's going on? Okay, so here's the pasuk. One second. Here we go. One second, let me find it. Here we go. ויאמר שנא עיניך וראה כל העתודים העולים על הסוד, עקודים נקודים וברודים, כי ראיתי את כל אשר לבן עושה לך, עקודים נקודים ברודים. These are 3 worlds. The akudim is the first world. Not the really first, but the first one that's talked about that we can speak about a little bit, okay? The next world is the world of Nikudim. And the last one is the one we're in now, which is called the world of the Brudim. This is called the world of the Tikkun. The world of the Nikudim is the world of the Shivira. That's the world of the Tohu. Okay? So there was a breaking, creation of Ra, and then a Tikkun, and that's the world we're in now. Okay? Again, that's Arizal Kabbalah, but we see within the Torah, there's the extra details. They're not stam. There's a reason why these details are there. They're hinting to high-level Kabbalistic ideas that we can study forever and never understand them as much as we need to. Okay? Let's come back to the book Shaare Orah.
Are Brudim striped?
Brudim are striped.
Okay, I'm just looking at this Rashi. Okay.
Wait. No, Brudim are speckled. Akudim are...
חוט של לבן מקיף את גופן סביב.
That's a stripe. That's what?
Brudim.
Brudim. Okay, then that's striped. So speckled, dots, and striped. Okay, very good. On the 7th day, Shavat v'inafash. Hare chaye hanefesh tulim b'shiv'i shehu sod hashivua. So we see that the life is tied to the 7th, which is the secret of the shivua. And now he's going to explain the rabbi's going to explain on the bottom what the rabbi is talking about. This is a very complicated area. We talked about Shiva. We want to have some tangents. Let's see if we can put it together. Shivat Yemei Olam. There are 7 days of the world. Okay? Shitat Rabbeinu, the opinion of our rabbi, Sheshivat Hayamim Shinivra Olam Hem Min Habina Ad Yesod. Is this rabbi, when he's talking about the 7 days of creation, he's starting with the Binah and going to the Yesod. Okay? Ubeseder hazeh anu ma'amidim olam shel kedusha. And from this seder, we are ma'amid, we are raising up a world of holiness, shorsho b'binah, that the shoresh is in the binah, umitgale ba'olam hagashmi b'Shabbat kodesh. And it's revealed in the material world on Shabbat. When do we get to experience the binah? Shabbat. How do we understand that? Mizmor Shir Le'atid Lavo, Yom Shekulo Shabbat Lechai Olamim. What happened when we say La'atid Lavo? What are we talking about? We're not talking about the Messianic age. We're talking about the resurrection. In the resurrection, it is Yom Shekulo Shabbat. Why? What does it mean to be at rest? Let's talk about Shabbat for 1 second. When we say on Shabbat, you're resting, does it mean you're sleeping? It might be, but that's not what the Torah means when it says you have a mitzvah to rest. Rest from creative labor, which means there is avodah to be done. There is service. There is work to be done. When the resurrection happens, there is no more avodah. The resurrection is about receiving the ultimate reward for the avodah that was done when a person was alive. Resurrection is the time for gemul, the time for reward for the avodah done. That's exactly what Shabbat is. The Talmud says, a person who works for 6 days has something to eat on Shabbat. A person who doesn't do any work on the 6 days has nothing to eat on Shabbat. What are they? It's obvious. If you're not working, you have nothing to eat. We get it. What is the rabbis really saying? The job during the 6 days of creation, first Aleph, second Aleph, third Aleph, fourth Aleph, fifth Aleph, sixth Aleph. The job during the 6,000 years that the world is existing is to do the work. The avodat Hashem, le'ovdah u'shomra, that Adam should have been able to do in 3 or 4 hours. But instead, because he sinned, it was extended to 6,000 years. So we're doing the work over 6,000 years what Adam was supposed to be doing in the first couple of hours of creation. For what purpose? To get to the Shabbat. What's the Shabbat? That's the Tchiyat HaMetim. What does it mean we're at rest? There's no more work, creative work. So we see Shabbat, the person who's Shomer Shabbat, is experiencing Olam Haba in the physical world. A person Mehalel Shabbat is not experiencing Olam Haba in the physical world. And why is it so important to experience Olam Haba in the physical world? To get the commandments. Why is it so important to experience Olam Haba? Because we are supposed to anticipate Olam Haba. To anticipate something, the best way to do it is get a small experience of it. Oh, this is what it's going to be like? Oh my gosh, I can't wait till I can do this all the time. When you have a little taste of something, it's sort of like when you go to a smorgasbord. What's the purpose of a smorgasbord? It's give you taste to whet your what's an appetizer? What's the purpose of an appetizer? You have a little bit of something to stimulate your appetite so you'll enjoy the meal more. This is what the Shabbat is. The Shabbat is functioning is that tasting of what Olam Haba is. And so therefore, when a person is Shomer Shabbat, they're experiencing a small piece of the rest and the relaxation and the lack of avodah that's going to exist in the time of the resurrection. That's why Shabbat is so severe. How are you going to anticipate Olam Haba if you're not experiencing Olam Haba in Olam Hazeh? Imagine you explain that to someone who is not from, but understands that there's a world to come, believes in God. It's not about not going shopping. It's not about not cooking. Those are the details. Here's the why. Ma nishtana halayla hazeh. Why are we Shomer Shabbat? Because it says so in the Torah. Thank you very much. I'm done. No! On the Haggadah, I said it this morning. Why do we eat matzah? It says, matzah zo shanachnu ochlim al shum ma. Do we then say because it says so in the Torah, let's eat? Is that the Rebbe's answer? Is that the Baal HaGadah's answer? When the child asked the question, why do we eat matzah today? The answer is because it says so in the Torah. We call that lousy Jewish education. That's not even low level. That's lousy Jewish education. And here's a real answer. It took me a long time to learn this. The reason why is because the teachers don't know the answer to the question. So instead of being honest and humble and saying, you know what, that is a great question, I'm going to get back to you on that one, they say that's not the question to ask because it says so in the Torah. You have just turned that child off. That is not the Haggadah. The goal of the Haggadah is to turn that child on and to encourage the why question. Not just do what I say. Here's the reason. Why do we eat matzah? Because the Geulah happened so quickly, 18 minutes. That's how long it takes to make matzah. The redemption happened in 18 minutes, which means no matter what situation a Jew is in, difficult, Kristallnacht, October 7th, whatever it is, it takes 18 minutes to be rescued. Less than 18 minutes. That's the maximum if we're worthy. That's the matzah's message. Other stuff regarding humility and lack of arrogance and avodah zarah, that's all great. The message of the Haggadah is because the bread did not rise, because the redemption happened so quickly that they were beshok, as we say in Hebrew. They were beshok. They were in shock. And interestingly, the Torah uses the word chipazon. The Haggadah doesn't use the word chipazon. Haggadah uses the word miyad. What does miyad mean? Immediately. What's the gematria ketana of miyad? 18. Is 4. The yod is 10. And the dalet is 4. Altogether 18. What is miyad? 18 minutes. Now coming back to the Shabbat. Instead of telling someone, well, Shabbat is a day to be with family, true. Shabbat is a day to be with God, true. Shabbat is a day to spend time with community, true. Shabbat is a day to relax from the 6 days of work that were very hard, true. But that's not what the Shabbat is for. The Shabbat is for to get an experience, a small taste of the world of the resurrection. And if they don't know what the world of the resurrection, you are obligated to explain it to them. And if a person believes that there's a world of the resurrection where body and soul come back together to experience eternal life, and you tell them the Shabbat, if you do the Shemirat Shabbat, you will experience in this world what's going to come in the future world for you as a Jew. That changes the dynamic. That's the why. That's what the rabbi just taught. That's huge. I'm just thinking about myself. I'm Shomer Shabbat for 30 years. I think about that, it's like, wow, that's incredible. Incredible. Let's continue on. And the Binah, why the Binah? Because Chaim. Tzrora Chaim, the Binah is Tzrora Chaim. Right? The bundle of life. What is the Shabbat giving? Life now is not real life. Why is life now not real life? Because it's followed by death. What's real life? When life is not followed by death. Nitzchi. The Binah represents nitzchiyut. Life with no end. That's life. And that's why it says, what is the world that is completely long? Not this world. This world is not completely long. Why is it long? Why? Because this world has an expiration date. Whether it's as an individual, when the person's ready to leave the world, whether the world as it is exists right now is going to be for 6,000 years and then it expires. It doesn't disappear. There's a change going from a finite, limited life to a forever life. That's called the world that is truly long. And that's referring to Olam Haba, the Olam HaNeshamot, Olam HaTechiyah, the world of the resurrection. Omnam kishanu ba'im livnot olam hagashmi. When we come to build the world, the material world, bifnei atzmo, itself, bli kedusha, without holiness, az hasheva sfirot habonot et haolam hem zer anpin v'nukva. Wow. So when we're focusing on this world only, we start counting from the chesed. Chesed is the zer anpin, that's this world. Start counting from the step. The number 7 is what? Number 7 is the malchut. Number 6 is the yesod. When we're counting this world only and not thinking at all about the world of holiness, the world of Kiddusha, which is the next world, which is the world of the Techiyah, then we start counting from the Chesed. But the rabbi here, he's talking about counting, including the world of the Kiddusha, and the way we do that is with the Binah, we start counting from the Binah. That's how at the bottom he's explaining why is it that sometimes number 7 is the Yesod and sometimes number 7 is the Malchut. He just answered the question that you asked before. When do we count from the Binah? When we're including the world of holiness in our thoughts. So when we're including the world of Kiddusha in our thoughts, we start counting from the Binah. When we're only focusing on this world, then we start counting from the Chesed. Wow. 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 Makes a huge difference. Michesed ad malchut, because those are the sfirot of olam hazeh, this world. The hanhagat ha'olam hazeh, and how this world is governed. What does he mean by that? Someone who doesn't study Ramchal won't know what he's talking about. What does it mean how the world is governed? What does he mean by how the world is governed? The world is governed right now by the Zera and Pin and the Nukva. What does that mean? Governed.
It's the way of nature. It's
Like I said, if you didn't study Ramchal, you won't know the answer. Derech Hashem, Mesilat Yesharim, and definitely Klak Pichei Chochmah.
It takes forever.
Okay? So what he's talking about here is the concept of Sachar ve'onesh. Sachar and onesh, reward and punishment. This world is governed by Sachar and onesh. All the time. The Rambam says it beferush. The Rambam says this world is Sachar ve'onesh. What do the rabbis say? There is no reward for the mitzvot in this world. The only thing you get in this world on some mitzvot is the interest. We say that in the morning in the tefillah. What do we say?
Something to end by shiur. That one?
1 second.
Talmud Torah.
Let me find it. This is amazing. Elu dvarim she'en lahem shiur. These are items that have no limitation. Pe'ah, a corner. You can leave a small corner. You can leave a big corner. Bikurim, you can give more or less. Re'ayon, when you come to visit the Bet HaMikdash and you're obligated to bring an olah for a donation to the temple, the value of that donation has no limit.
It could be a pigeon, it could be a cow.
It could be whatever you can afford. Kibirkat Adonai Elohecha shenatan lach. That's what it says. Meaning what? If you appreciate the bracha that Hashem gave you, then you're going to know exactly how much to give. That's the concept of Re'iyah, coming to visit the temple with a sacrifice that's olah. You don't eat from it. The Kohen doesn't eat from it. It all goes to Hashem. You evaluate the bracha that Hashem is giving you, and that's how you decide how much olah riyah. But there's no value. Why is there no value? Why is it limitless? Because the bracha that Hashem gives you is limitless. It depends on your perspective. How much is life worth? How much is having a bowel movement in the morning work well? How much is that worth? How much is it worth to be able to urinate properly? You know how you figure that out? The day it doesn't work. Then you realize, oh my God, I can't live my life. How much is oxygen worth? These are brachot Hashem is giving us every minute of every day. How much is another minute a day of life worth? In mitzvot and ma'asim tovim, it's priceless. So if a person understands the bracha is reasoning from Hashem, bracha ad bilidai. The bracha Hashem is giving you has no limits. Therefore, re'ayon has no limit. Next. Gemilut chasadim. There's no limit to how much loving kindness you should be giving to your fellow people. Unlimited. Of course, you shouldn't make yourself poor, but love, gemilut chasadim is not just money. It's time, it's attention, it's caring, it's love. Is there a limit? Of course, we love not improperly, I'm talking about, right? But think about it. What is the most classic example of love that is brought in Pirkei Avot? When Pirkei Avot wants to say the classic example of love, David and Yonatan. I'm sorry, they were not homoim. No, meaning these are two men that had a love for each other that was totally kosher, that was the greatest love possible, to the point where Yonatan gave up being the king because David was his beloved friend. Do you understand that?
But Yonatan is from
Shaul, the son of Shaul. The son, Shaul criticized Yonatan because David HaMelech was appointed to be the Melech already by Shmuel, and Yonatan did not break off the relationship. Why? Because whether he was going to be king of Israel, that's huge. The friendship with David HaMelech with David was more important. Wow. Think about that for a second.
You would have thought they would have ended the friendship?
Of course. Shaul he criticized him because he didn't end the friendship. Shaul, Yonatan didn't tell him why David wasn't at the Seudah. And Shaul insulted him because of it. And he used very not nice words. The nakedness of your mother, he says, something like that. If you look at the Tanakh.
Really?
Yes.
The Arabs get that.
Kherpat imeh, something like, look at the word. It's very strong.
That's where they get those Arabs.
Okay, so that's David HaMelech. So we see love doesn't have to be improper. Love can be very proper between two men, okay? Or between two women. It doesn't have to be improper. It's only because we're influenced by Hollywood and all the nonsense of the goyim that are around us that we get thinking about that it has to be improper. Pirkei Avot says the greatest love affair was between David and Yonatan. It was 100% kosher. Elu dvarim she'adam oseh otam. These are things that a person does these things. Ochel miperotehem ba'olam hazeh. He eats from their fruits in this world. That keren kayemet lo la'olam haba. But the principle remains intact for the future world. What are we saying? There's reward for mitzvot. There's a principle. There is no experience in this world of the principal reward for mitzvot in this world.
So you get the interest later. You get the interest.
I'm starting with the principle first. We'll get to the interest later. First principle. Principle is I have $100,000. Okay? That $100,000 is for the world to come. I did this mitzvah. Not exactly. Kavyachol is $100,000 that's in my bank in the world to come. How much of that 100,000 can I spend in this world? No, it's a CD with no ability to break it for the entire time until a person dies. That's what the current is for the mitzvot. It's a CD or whatever you want to call it that has no ability to cash in this world. But the principal, that $100,000, has a 6% interest rate. That, for these mitzvot that we're going to list right here, I can withdraw from the interest on that and experience I can experience that in this world. And we'll see there's not many mitzvot that are listed here. There's only a few. Yes. Okay.
Yesterday you said, when we talked about, in Kriyat HaMitim, about people who are not meriting Kriyat HaMitim, but they can come through the merit of
Someone else giving them a donation.
So is this pulling from that principle as well?
No, that would be an example of someone who did not have the merits necessary to be resurrected alone. Remember, there's two separate things. There's the world to come, Olam HaNeshamot, the world of souls, which includes Gehenam, which includes Gan Eden, as also includes the worst place, which is something called Kafakela. That means no zechut even to go to Gehenam. First, the person has to experience Kafakela, usually for many, many years. And then once they finish that experience, then they go to Gehenam, and then they go to Gan Eden after that. So the middle ground is Gehenam. That's the purgatory. That's our concept. It's not the even though Christians have a concept of purgatory, their concept of hell is very different than ours. I shouldn't say that. Not all Christians are the same. They have different thoughts about this. Okay. But Kafakela is experience before Gehenam. Person doesn't have the zechut to go to Gehenam, they go to Kafakela. Okay? And then we have Gan Eden. And there's Gan Eden HaElyon, Gan Eden HaTachton. What's Gan Eden HaTachton? The Malchut. What's Gan Eden HaElyon? Bina. How do we know? Because what's a Gan? A Gan is feminine. Bati legani ahoti kala. A Gan is feminine.
Why for that pasuk you're getting that from?
Bati legani. I came to my garden. Achoti kala. The garden is achoti kala. Oh.
Instead of saying, "Behold, I've come to the garden."
Yeah, I'm reading that pasuk differently than the Peshat. But in Shir HaShirim, there is no Peshat, so therefore you're entitled to do that. It's fine. Okay? So, Gan is feminine. Okay? So let's see. So we understand that Keren is the principle. There is no access to the Keren of the mitzvot in this world. Very simple reason why. There's no amount of pleasure and money in this world that can encompass the Keren for one mitzvah.
You couldn't even spend the reward. You couldn't even use it.
You could not. One mitzvah, the reward of one mitzvah is infinite. It's not accessible in this world because this is a world that has an end.
Infinite blessing is made for the infinite world.
1 second. So what are the examples of mitzvot that you can't, no mitzvah you can access the principle, but there's certain mitzvot that you can access the interest. The word perot means fruits, but in the language of the Mishnah, perot also means interest. There's a loan and there's interest. If you give a loan to a Gentile, you're allowed to charge interest. That's called perot. Okay? Or the value of something. If you have a field, the field has a keren. That's a value. The field has a real estate has a value. But if that real estate has the ability to grow produce, those are the fruits of the field. The field has a value. So when I sell a field, let's say a person sells their field, okay? They sell the field for how many long? The Torah tells us you can only sell it up to the Yovel. Because really you're not selling the field.
That's a long-term loan.
It's the field is yours forever. You can't sell it. So the only thing you're selling is, the Torah says, mispar hatevuot, meaning
How much is
the
it going to produce?
let me finish. The number of the crop years. So when you buy a field from the Torah, let's say there's a person from Shevet Dan, and he's selling a field because he needs money or he's not a farmer, that's not his jazz, okay? And I buy his field. I'm not buying his field. There is no purchase of a person's field with smitut. That says in the Torah. That field belongs to him and his descendants forever. What I'm buying is mispar hativuot. I'm buying for the next 10, 20, 30 years until the Yovel, all of the produce that that field generates. It's the same idea what we're talking about here. What is the value of a parcel of land in Israel? Priceless. Now, nowadays, it has a value because you buy an apartment in Jerusalem, it's going to cost you a couple $1 million. You buy this, but at the end of the day, that's when you receive something from God. The Shvatim were given their portions of land from Kili Kol Haaretz. It's the earth belongs to me. That's what God says. God gave your family this parcel of land. How dare you sell it? You can't. It's a gift from God. It's priceless. You can only sell the produce of that field up until the Yovel.
So what do you do today? Jews selling Jews land in Israel.
Depends on what Shevet you belong to.
Nobody knows that. So
Well, that's a problem. Because let's say you're a descendant of converts. You don't have land in the land of Israel. Your land is going to be in Iraq or Turkey or Syria or Lebanon or a piece of Egypt, right? That's your land's going to be in a place that's part of greater Israel. When Abraham Avinu was promised greater Israel, that's the land. So everything that was not given over to the 12 Shvatim is going to be given over to those people who joined the Jewish nation over the past 2,000 years. The Shvatim are going to go back to their land. So let's say I have an apartment in Netanya. Again, I'm not saying if it's in a city, it might be a little more complicated. I have a plot of land in Netanya. If I'm not mistaken, Netanya is in Shevet Zvulun. When the Mashiach comes, that's not my land anymore. It's going to belong, unless I'm from Shevet Zvulun. It doesn't belong to me. It belongs to Shevet Zvulun. So, and it's interesting because the founders of the state of Israel they were smart enough to be bad, okay? What is the organization that controls all of this land in Israel? Keren Kayemet. Keren Kayemet. That's what they're called. Why? Because they're taking it from here. Which means technically, Keren Kayemet, you don't own the land in Israel. It always belongs to Keren Kayemet. So they're being like the Shvatim, all of them. It's nonsense because once the Mashiach comes, Keren, that's a great question. And who says there's a mitzvah from the Torah to buy land in the land of Israel? Who says there's a mitzvah in the Torah to settle in the land of Israel before the Mashiach? That's a machloket. That's not so clear. I know if you talk to, certain rabbis, they'll tell you it's a mitzvah d'Rabbanan, it's mitzvah d'Orah, it's a machloket. There's those opinions that say it's not a mitzvah from the Torah, it's not a mitzvah d'Rabbanan, it's a good thing to do. But there's nowhere, it's not clear that, no, Rambam does not count Yishuv Haaretz anywhere in the Yad. That you're a Levi, you're in trouble. If you're a Kohen, you're in trouble too.
You're going to be fed
So you can own land. That's great until Mashiach comes. Wow. Okay, so listen, that's why it's not so clear Again, it's still a good thing to do. Settling in the land of Israel is a good thing to do. The Ramban says you don't do mitzvot outside the land of Israel. They're only for practice. The only mitzvot that count are the ones in the land of Israel. That is not the halacha, but that's what the Ramban says. It's not exactly something you want to ignore. So there's a lot of reasons why a person should be living in the land of Israel. And if you're going to live there, there's no reason why you can't buy something. But at the end of the day, you shouldn't think to yourself, when Mashiach comes, that's going to be my parcel. No, probably not. Kibud Avaim. Kibud Avaim, honoring mother and father. Gimilut Chasadim, loving kindness with fellows. Bikur Cholim, visiting the sick, or it doesn't mean visiting the sick. What does Bikur Cholim mean? It doesn't mean visiting the sick. What it means is, what does the word levaker in Hebrew means? It means to visit, but it has another meaning. To investigate. Lo yevaker ben tov larav lo yemidenu. Yevaker means to investigate. Investigate, what does a sick person need? So how do I fulfill the mitzvah bikur cholim? You have a woman, chas v'shalom, she's not feeling well. I call her up and I say, do you need someone to pick up your kids from school? She says, please, I can't get out of the house today. I'm not feeling well. I didn't see her. I didn't go into her house. I went to pick up the kids in school. I brought them to the doorstep, dropped them off at the house. I have fulfilled the mitzvah of bikur cholim, even though I did not visit with her. Because it means to investigate what the sick person needs. And what does every sick person need? Automatically.
Fluids,
What does every sick person need?
attention, a blanket.
Thank you. And therefore, every time you are asking, praying for a sick person, you're doing the mitzvah of bikur cholim.
Mentioning their name, Arona Kodesh.
When you are praying for that sick person to be healed, you are doing the mitzvah bikur cholim, because every person needs tefillah who's sick. Okay? That's why I'm going to get myself in trouble over here. It's either you mention the names of all the people that have died, and you mention the names of all the people that are sick, or you don't mention names at all. So you have certain places, which will remain anonymous, that when it comes time for people who have passed away, the shul can be patient enough to hear everyone's name, which means this one, yeah, but then this one, and everybody mentions their names, and they go to the women and mention their names. But when it comes time for bikur cholim, okay, I'm going to stop. Everybody think of the name themselves. What am I missing here? Either we're too busy in the shul and we shouldn't be mentioning the names at all. Everybody think of the name that you want, whether it's a mishaberach or whether it's for a person who's passed away, or we have everybody. You're saying that the raising up the people who have died is more important than bikur cholim? Hello, what did we just read? It doesn't say over here that what? That praying for people who have died to raise up their neshama is Karen Kayet, the principle in this world. But bikur cholim is.
Maybe we should have a board meeting. Another board meeting.
The big question is, do they want a rabbi? That's the better question. Ask it a different way. Do they want a real rabbi? Because the rabbi's there to tell you what to do. He's not there to, kiss the babies and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's part of the job. But the real job is he's there to tell you what to do. And generally, he's going to tell you what to do, and sometimes you're not going to like it. And he shouldn't be afraid to tell the board members that he doesn't like what they're doing. They need to stop it. Because no job is worth that. I don't care how much you're being paid. It's either you're a tool or you're a rabbi. You can't be both. So the question is, are they looking for a rabbi? Or are they looking for a tool? I heard something very disturbing about another shul I'm not going to mention, that the rabbi has no power in the shul. If that was me, they'd be getting my resignation the next day. How are you functioning as a rabbi? Again, you could be a teacher, not wrong with that, but you're functioning the title of the rabbi, and the board doesn't listen to what you say? What are you doing? Stop right there. Thank you so much. Have a nice day. Go find somebody else. Why should you be taking the responsibility for everything going on and can't affect any change?
That's true. You have all the responsibility, but no decision. So then you're like a scapegoat.
That's not how one should operate. I was taught by the right way to do it. No, I have the responsibility. It's my way, or the highway, or I walk. Most shuls are not looking for that kind of person.
Easy way.
Therefore, they're not
Hard
looking for a
way,
rabbi.
and there's
They're
no-
looking for a tool.
So are there any others?
Yes, sorry. Kibud Avaim. It's in the Sidur, by the way. I'm quoting out of the Sidur. Ashkenaz or Sephardic. It's right there. The Ashkenazim say the same thing because there's no difference. Look at Bikur Cholim Hachnasat Orchim. Now, what is Hachnasat Orchim?
You invite somebody over
For?
a meal.
No.
And to stay over.
Yes.
Room and board.
Room and board. That's Hachnasat Orchim. Hachnasat Orchim is inviting someone over for a meal and to stay. Or meals and to stay.
For free.
That's, of course, for free.
Charge them.
That's called Hachnasa.
And to stay as one, or just a meal, or to stay?
No. To come live with you for a day.
At least a day.
Shabbat.
Okay.
That's Hachnasa. What a leachnis is to bring in guests. To bring in guests so they can experience the Shabbat with you. That means they have to experience the Shabbat.
So if it's just the weekday, it doesn't count?
So when you invite
If you invite someone over during the week, that's called Hachnasat Orchim. I have a young man from Belgium living in my house in Woodmere right now. He's a friend of my son's. The kid's going to dental school and he needed a place to stay in America while he's applying for dental school, staying in my house. What's that called? Hachnasat Orchim.
So if
Oh, you're not even there.
I'm not even there.
You're inviting somebody to come for Shabbat, you make sure, if they're, of course, they're not observant. If they're not observant, then you say, come for Shabbat and stay over.
That's the way you do it.
If they say, no, thank you.
Then
I
that's
just come
you.
for
Your
Shabbat,"
goal was to invite them over. If they choose to leave, it's a free country. But the opening of Hachnasat Orchim is the understanding room and board.
Also on the holidays.
Also on the holidays, or allowing someone to spend time in your house because they need a place to sleep, right? They need a place to stay because they're coming for a simcha, and they need a place to stay. That's called Hachnasat Orchim, to bring them into the house so they can feel like they're living there for a day, 2 days, 3 days, or whatever it is. That's Hachnasat Orchim. Hashkamat Bet HaKnesset. Going early to Bet Knesset. Now, I know the Ashkenazim Hashkama is only in the morning. No, it's not just in the morning. It's being on time to shul. Oh, actually, not being on time. It's being early to synagogue. The Havat Shalom Ben Adam Lechavero. Bringing shalom between man and a fellow man. I don't mean man as men. I mean mankind and mankind. Two people have a conflict. And now, add something else. Uben ish leishto. Why is that different? Ben Adam lechavero. Why technically is ish veishto not Ben Adam lechavero? What's harder? To bring peace to two people who used to be friends that are not married, or to bring peace in a situation where there's a marital discord? Which is more difficult? Marital discord. No question about it.
But if they're so close and they knew each other for so long, wouldn't you?
Marital discord is much more difficult.
The two enemies, business dispute.
I didn't say enemies. It doesn't say enemies.
Ben
Ben Adam lechavero, which means at one point there was a chaver, and now this person is no longer a chaver.
Right. And Purim, and they bring the Mishloach Mano, but then there's other guy that facilitates, and now they're business partners.
Chavero is a friend. What is a chaver? A chaver is someone who brings you closer to God. That's what a chaver is. If you have a friend that helps you to get away from God, that is not chaver. Oh, what word is chaver from the word? Chibur. Chibur with what? Chibur with the Shamayim. In the Zohar, what are the learning buddies of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai called? Chavariya. The chaverim that bring the person to Olam Haba. What are in the Mishnah? You have the concept of a chaver, right? What is the difference? What is the opposite of a chaver in the Mishnah? Not an enemy. It doesn't say oyev. Chaver, and then there's something called am haaretz. Am haaretz. A chaver is someone who is with you in the Torah, who you together help each other to become stronger and closer to God.
You trust their tithing.
Am haaretz, your job is to help him get closer to God. Chances are he's not going to be helping you get close to God. Therefore, it's not a chaver. All this is in the language of the Mishnah. So a wife is not a chaver.
It doesn't help you get closer to
And
God.
she helps you to get closer to God,
Yeah.
but also she's supposed to help you get closer to yourself. And when there's a discord between a husband and wife, that is much more complicated.
Because you get to know yourself more.
That's what marriage is all about. Marriage is all about fixing yourself. If you think you can fix somebody else in marriage, you got a lot to learn. You don't fix anybody else. You fix yourself. And you hear constructive criticism as much as you can tolerate on a regular basis, and you fix it as you can. Otherwise, it is disaster. And I'm not just talking about from the man's perspective either. It's from both, right? It's work on oneself. And it's much more complicated ben adam l'chavero. Why? Because ben adam l'chavero, they're not living together. He's got his house. He's got his house. So when they want to take a break, what do? This guy goes to his house. There are some friends that you hang out with more frequently, and some friends once every couple of months. That's it. You make spend time with them. It's great. You have a good time. They bring you closer to God. Too much time with them is no good, right? In marriage, that doesn't work. You're living with the person. If you can't stand them, where are you going to go? Separate rooms? Where you have different houses like they do in Hollywood? How well does that work for their marriages? Not at all. Ben Adam l'Havero is much easier than Ben Adam l'Ishto. That's a much harder situation. The Talmud Torah Keneged Kulam. A person who's involved in any of these, learning Torah and all these things, this is interest in this world. In order to be able to work on someone else's marriage, what does that mean? In order to work on someone else's marriage, what does that mean?
What do you mean work on someone?
It just said that one of the things you get reward for in this world that you can get interest is when you help another man in his marriage.
Or another woman.
Or another woman. Again, if you're helping one, you're helping the other. It's either the woman helping or the man helping. What's that? Learning Torah is the last one. Yes, Talmud Torah. In order to be able to help someone else in their marriage, there's a necessary ingredient.
You need to be married yourself?
Not only do you have to be married yourself,
You need to be happily married.
you have to be happily married. Otherwise, what are you teaching? Right?
Blind teaching.
So how are you helping someone else in marriage if you yourself can't get it together in your own? That's why before I ever give a Shalom Bayit class, I would ask my wife, how are we doing?
Oh.
If we're not doing well, I can't give Shalom Bayit class.
Yeah, status.
What's the status? Because men are clueless about the status.
Well, see,
Women are the maintainers of the status. They understand the status. You don't have a clue that she's already not so happy with you. It could be 2 or 3 weeks later, and then you hear about it the hard way, right? But 13 years later, whatever. Whatever. That's hopefully there's some more communication than that, okay? But at the end of the day, the status of the relationship, you married yet? Okay. Hopefully your father will concur what I'm saying, okay? The status of the relationship, the men are clueless. So it's one thing if a woman's giving Shalom Bayit class, it's no problem because she knows the status of the relationship. But if I'm going to give a Shalom Bayit class, I got to check in. Is this something I should be doing? No, we got some work to do. Okay, I can't give the class. Yes.
So based on this list, if people knew this, they would be busy doing this as opposed to any other mitzvah.
Okay, well, it's not all about you. There are certain mitzvot. You have to take lulav and etrog. I'm sorry, there's no interest in this world for lulav and etrog, but there's Karen in the world to come. You don't want to miss that mitzvah. There are certain mitzvot you have to do, even though there's no reward in this world, which means this is a list to let you know there are certain mitzvot you have benefit in this world from. One of the benefits of being involved in Shalom Bayit is that you yourself get better Shalom Bayit. One of the advantages when you are generous with other people as there other people are generous with you. That's not the reason you're doing it. That's not your motivation, right? So most of these things here, when you visit the sick people, they will visit you when you're sick. That's not the reason you're doing it. You're doing it for the mitzvah, because if you're not doing it for the mitzvah, then it's not proper. But when you are a giving person to others, people will be willing to give to you, assuming they're not mejnun. Crazy, right? People are generally want to give back. They don't want to be takers. Most normal people don't want to be takers. So when you have these qualities here, then even in Shemayim you'll be protected. But even if not, in the world, if you are known as a giving person, then it makes it more likely people will give to you. If you're the kind of person that gives honor to other people, people will give you honor. If you're the kind of person that doesn't give honor to anyone else, no one's going to give you honor. And you don't deserve it. So the Keren is in the world to come. That's God's ultimate reward for you on those particular items, yes? But the Perot are things that we can feel and see, right? When I show honor to my parents, my children see that. Guess what happens? When they grow up, they will repeat what they saw, hopefully. If they see disrespect to parents, then they are going to show you exactly that. In fact, one can argue that the reason why the mitzvah of kibud av va'em in the Torah has lema'an yarichun yamecha, that you should live a long life, is so that you can be old enough so your children can give you what you gave your parents. Wow. There's a why. And let's think about the other mitzvah that has long life. Shiluach hakan. Right? Shiluach hakan. You chase the mother bird away and you take the eggs. Right? You can put the eggs back right afterwards.
Really? Is it?
Yeah, you don't have to eat them. You
I
see
should
it?
take them 'cause you want to.
Ki kare kan sipor. You can't set it up. From the Torah's perspective,
You can't plan on eating the egg.
you are walking along the way and you see a mother bird over the eggs. You go in the tree, you chase the mother bird away, and you take the egg. You could put it right back. This is a mitzvah that it's a zechut to do if it happens along the way. Ki yikare kan sipor. What is ki yikare?
It happened to you.
Now, as a Jew, what we discussed before, is there a constant of coincidence? No.
So you were meant to find the
Meaning, Hashem is sending something to you. It's not a coincidence. It's an opportunity that God is giving you to have a long life. Take the opportunity. What's another example of an opportunity to have a long life? And unfortunately, people sometimes say no, and they shorten their life because of it. More for men than for women on this particular one. There's another item that gives a person life. We learn it from the negative. If you don't take it, it shortens the life. Aliyah l'sefer Torah. When you get asked to have an aliyah, you should never say no. Never. Shaliach tzibur, you could say no. Pick somebody else. You have to say no at least twice. Third time, second, right? But aliyah l'sefer Torah, you never say no. When the gabbai comes to you and says, Chamishi, you don't say, I just got an aliyah yesterday, I had an aliyah this morning, I just had Revi'i. You do not do that. If you buy the aliyah, you can then give it to who you want, because what you're buying is the opportunity to distribute it. But if someone comes to you, ki kare kan sipor, the gabbai comes to you and says, aliyah,
Gives the card.
you should not be giving it to anyone else. Your father will understand. Because when you give away aliyah, you're giving away chayim. And the last thing the person you're trying to honor is wants you to give up chayim. Good? Great question. Great question. You do not, aliyah, when someone gives it to you, you take it. There's an example. Okay, coming back to the book here. Let's see if we can finish this little topic here and then we'll end up. Hanhagat olam hazeh, we said, is misheva sfirot. What does that mean? Sachar ve'onesh. That's how we got into this whole tangent, right? Hanhaga, the government of this world is sachar ve'onesh. The Rambam says it beferush. It's one of the 13 principles of faith that this world is guided by reward and punishment. Doesn't mean your motivation should be avoidance of punishment or receiving reward. That's bad. What it means is we understand that in this world there are consequences, but my motivation for doing something that is good is not to receive the reward, whether it's in this world or the next world. And my motivation for avoiding something that is bad is not so I don't get punished in this world or the next world. That's called low level. Low level yirat shamayim. Who says this? Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto in his wonderful book called Mesilat Yesharim. And he says most people, and he's talking at Amsterdam in about 1730, which was a city full of learned individuals. He says he sees what? Most people are motivated by one of those two things: avoidance of punishment or getting rewarded in this world. That's the lowest level. And then a little better, but not that much, is avoiding punishment in the next world or receiving reward in the next world. That's again low level. Why is that low level yirat shamayim according to Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto? Why is that low level? God said, all the Torah talks about, if you do this, you get this. If you do this, you do this. If you don't do this, you get this. The Torah is all about reward and punishment. What pasuk do you read? Bachata b'chayim. Do the mitzvah, you live. Do avonot, you die. I mean, the Torah is full of reward and punishment. Oh my gosh, Book of Dvarim is just boom, it's all over the place.
What about in Parshat Ekev?
And with last week's parasha, Mechal alei amot yumat. Person mechalel Shabbat gets killed, dies, karet. The Torah is full of reward and punishment. So how is Ramchal saying this? Because the world is governed. The Torah is talking here about how the world, what does the Torah say about Olam Haba, Gan Eden, resurrection? 5 books of Moses. Tell me what the Torah talks about regarding the world to come. Tell me what the Torah talks about Tchiat HaMetim directly. 0. It's hinted to, but it's not overtly said. Reward and punishment, boom, it's there for you to see everywhere. Well, good. Now that's what the Christians say. Okay? Why is that? Because the Torah is telling you how to live in this world. And it has to be applicable across all people, all Jews. There are some Jews that have good motivation. There are some Jews that do the right thing for lousy motivation. But it's still better to do it for lousy motivation than it is not to do it at all. So the entrance way is reward and punishment. That's something children understand. That's something that adults that behave as children understand. If I get up in front of the shul and I say, if you talk in the middle of the Chazara and Sefer Torah, Shulchan Aruch says I can embarrass you publicly by calling you by your name. That sends a very powerful message. I'm not saying one should do that, but that's what's said in Shulchan Aruch. You don't have to do it to say it. As we say, v'hamevin yavin. Let the one who understands what we're talking about, okay? You don't have to call the person out. You could just say, I could call somebody out. That's enough. Anyway, why? Because that's, Ramchal said it. The motivation of most people is reward and punishment. And I got news to you. The Christians in the world, I hate to tell you, their motivation is also reward and punishment. Talk to anyone that went to Catholic school. I see a lot of them as they're coming to the end of life. They are terrified because all they heard in Catholic school is hellfire, purgatory,
Fire and brimstone.
and if you're a Muslim, it's even worse. The Quran talks about hellfire. Why is it that their religions are how many times did the Torah mention hell? Once or twice. Korach went down Chaim She'olah. But Torah doesn't say, by the way, if you don't follow the Torah, you're going to hell. It doesn't say that anywhere. There's no pasuk. Because most people have to be focused on this world in order to stay in line. There are unique people, that's what the Ramchal says, that their motivation is the best motivation. What's that motivation? What's the problem with being motivated for this world or the next world? Most people are motivated for this world. There's no question about it. Proof in that, which aliyot get the most pay on the holidays?
6.
Pitichat parnasa. That's it. Pitichat parnasa gets the most amount of money. Why? Because people want parnasa. The most important aliyah on Yom Kippur is the 6th aliyah to Sefer Torah in the morning and the maftir yonah in the afternoon. Those are the most important aliyot. If you're a Kohen, the most important aliyah is Kohen. If you're Levi, the most important aliyah is Levi. If there's no Kohanim, the most important aliyah is the first aliyah. So if I'm going to buy something on the holiday, what am I buying? I don't buy Pitichat Parnasa. Why would I buy that instead of buying aliyah to Sefer Torah? Which gives me Chaim?
Aliyah, Sefer Torah.
That's it, exactly. I just said it. So, and I discuss this, they're like in shock. In a Sephardic shul, they're like, oh my God, what are you talking about? Pitichat Parnasa. There are shuls that don't even open the ark for Pitichat Parnasa. Because it's not an aliyah. Ramchal says the problem with the first two, the one who's motivated for the world in this world or the next world, it's about you. How's that l'shem shamayim? You're doing the right thing, but not l'shem shamayim. It's l'shem atzmecha. It's for your relation. It's for yourself. When you have I in the equation, it's not about God. I want to have reward in this world. I want to have parnasa. I want to go to the heaven. I don't want to go to the burning place. It's all about I. That is not the proper motivation. The best motivation is, I don't really care about this world. I don't really care about the next world. The only thing I care about is my relationship with God. And I know that if I do this mitzvah, my relationship with God will improve. I know if I do this avon, my relationship with God will deteriorate. And I don't want my relationship with God to deteriorate because God wants me to have a relationship with him. Why? I have no idea. That's called motivation. That is l'shem shamayim. And that makes the work that a person does infinitely more valuable. The Keren, by the way, is not static. The principle, that payment, whatever that payment is directly related to motivation. In this world, the only thing that matters is results. Nobody really cares about your motivation unless you're premeditated murder, okay? Other than that, you're at work, Your boss tells you, I need you to complete this by next week. You complete it by next week. The boss doesn't say, were you motivated because I told you? Did you complete it or because you did it on your own? Really? He doesn't care. He asks you to do a job, you do the job. You're paid based on results. That's this world. God's world is not like that. The payment increases exponentially depending on the motivation. If it's about you, then the payment is less. If it's about him, the payment is huge. So the Karen varies based on the person's motivation. So he's talking here, this world is Hanagat Olam Hazeh, Hi Mesheva Sfirot Hatachtonot, which is from the lower Sfirot, right? The 7 lower. Kmo shebier bekuntris klali klalei hatchalat hachokhmah. Like the Ramchal explains in his kuntris called the Klalim of the Beginning of Wisdom. That's a book by Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto. Maybe that's another place.
Wait, Kalach Bidei Chokhmah?
No. Klalei hatchalat hachokhmah. It's another book from Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto. Perek Revi'i, the 4th Perek. Oh, I think he's going to say what I just said. Shalosh Sefirot Harishonot. The first 3 Sefirot, which are Keter, Chokhmah, and Binah. Ikar Hanhagatam Begalui Yel Olam Haba. Their essential revealed government is in Olam Haba. The Olam HaTechiyah he's talking about. He's not talking about the world of the souls. He's talking about the Olam HaTechiyah. In the Olam HaTechiyah, we will be revealed to us the government of Keter, Chokhmah, and Binah. This world is Hanaga of Yud-Kei Vav-Kei. Olam HaTechiyah, the Hanaga is Aleph, Hey, Yud, Hey. In this world, it's Yud-Kei Vav-Kei. Tiferet. In the next world, talk about the world of the resurrection, it's Aleph, Hey, Yud, Hey. What's the difference between Aleph, Hey, Yud, Hey and Yud-Kei Vav-Kei? I know it's just an Aleph and a Yud.
One is Rachamim with limit, one is Rachamim without limit.
Right. Yud-Kei Vav-Kei is mercy to those who deserve it and no mercy to those who don't deserve it. Who doesn't deserve mercy? Amalek. Therefore, what does it say? Ki yad al kesya milchama liyud-Kei Vav-Kei ba'amalek midor dor. Who is the one responsible for vanquishing Amalek? Yud-Kei Vav-Kei. Why that name? Because Yud-Kei Vav-Kei has no mercy on Rishaim. It's a name of mercy, unlimited mercy, to those who deserve it. But to those who don't deserve it, it's no mercy. Mitzrayim. What is Mitzrayim? Yud-Kei Vav-Kei. Ki yad Yud-Kei Vav-Kei hoya. Yud-Kei Vav-Kei was the name that rescued the Jewish people and punished the Egyptians. That's Yud-Kei Vav-Kei. That's Hanhaga of this world. Reward, punishment. Reward, punishment. Since the most common name of God used in the Torah is Yud-Kei Vav-Kei, it talks about reward, punishment. But the name of God that's going to govern the world of the resurrection, which is Nitzchiyut, is Aleph, Hey, Yud, Hey, which is unlimited rachamim for those who deserve it and for those who don't. You asked me a question the other day. Well, what happens to people that don't deserve to wake up in the resurrection of the dead? Unlimited mercy for those who deserve it and don't deserve it. But still, they're going to get help from their friends. That's why the Ramchal holds there is no Jew that is lost in the resurrection. Not everybody agrees with him. Elu ve'elu. I particularly am fond tremendously of the Ramchal. I think he's one of the greatest rabbis from a Kabbalistic point of view in 400 years. There are others. The Gra is also amazing. Rav Sharabi is amazing. For me, the Ramchal is...
So they're going to pull upon your interest.
They're going to what?
Ones who don't deserve, which
No. I mean, we draw from your interest. No, interest is for this world.
Okay, so they're gonna draw from your principle?
Okay, every Jew is full of mitzvot. The Rimon. What does the Rimon represent? We take a Rimon on Rosh Hashanah. I think the Ashkenazim also do this, yes? No. Take a pomegranate on Rosh Hashanah. Why? Every Jew is mele'im mitzvot karimon. Just like a Rimon has so many seeds, every Jew is full of mitzvot. Unfortunately, some of them are also full of many avonot. What happens to the avonot of the Jew when he dies?
They get weighed against the
They get weighed against the mitzvot, and if there's more avonot, he goes to Gehenam, and the avonot get expunged. Is that a Sefer Torah? That's okay. So in Gehenam, the avonot get expunged. Meaning, when a person goes to Gan Eden, even if he had to make a pass through Gehenam, their avonot are expunged.
But we're talking people who don't keep Shabbat. We're talking
Okay, but those can also be expunged. There's only a few of them that cannot be expunged in Gehenam. And they require kafakela. And even kafakela is just a payment, and then they go to Gehenam to get expunged. Okay, you can sit down now. All right. I don't know how we got to that. Let's continue. So, shalosh sfirot harishonot ikar hanagatam begalui yel haolam haba. Which means they're revealed is in olam haba, but hidden is in olam hazeh.
What about the other 7?
1 second. How do I see that? He just said the revelation of the guidance or the government of Aleph Hey Yud Hey is in Olam Haba, which means that there's a government in Olam Hazeh from Aleph Hey Yud Hey that is not revealed. We agree?
The converse.
It's the converse. If you're telling me there's going to be a revealing of Aleph Hey Yud Hey, the government of Aleph Hey Yud Hey is going to be revealed in the Olam Haba, that means there's government of Aleph Hey Yud Hey in this world that is not revealed. It doesn't say he's going to start governing the world. It says the governing of Yud Keva of Aleph Hey Yud Hey will be revealed in the Olam Haba, which means here it's not revealed.
Will both be revealed in Olam Haba or just one?
No, in Olam Haba, it's only Aleph Hey Yud Hey.
And Yud Kei Vav Kei?
Over here,
Hidden?
Yud Kei Vav Kei is hidden and revealed.
Here.
Here, Aleph Hey Yud Hey is hidden,
Just
not
Next
revealed.
world? What happens?
In the next world, it's Aleph Hey Yud Hey.
What about Aleph Bel and Yud?
No. Again, I'm not sure outside that. Aleph Hey Yud Hey is revealed in the next world. That's the government. That's the governing name in the Olam Haba, not Yud Kei Vav Kei.
And all of you who were
Keter.
saying that God revealed himself to Moshe at the burning
Yes.
bush.
Yes.
But doing the double language.
Very good. That's exactly where I was just going. Exactly right.
So it was revealed.
Hold it. Let's think about it.
It was used by Arabic.
Let's think about, okay, first of all, what happens? Moses, I've said this before, I'm going to repeat it now because it's so beautiful. God comes to Moses at the burning bush and says, "You, my man, you be the one," paraphrasing, "you be the one who's going to rescue my nation out of Egypt. You the one." And Moses says, "The people are going to ask me, 'What's your name?' What shall I tell them?" What kind of question is that? This is Moses' first prophecy. And let's look at his level of prophecy on day one. It's not like Moses had to have this amazing development of prophecy, so by the time he gets to Matan Torah, he's already a superstar. He's a superstar right here. What's he asking? the Jewish people are going to say, the God of your fathers, Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, came to rescue you from Egypt, which, of course, you were told that 300, 200 years ago. And the first question they're going to say is, what's your name? Really? And did they ask that question? No. Who would ask a question like that? Moses is couching to get God to reveal to him in what midah are they going to be rescued in Egypt. Are they going to be rescued from unlimited mercy? Or are they going to be rescued from limited mercy? Revealed is limited mercy. Yud-Kei Vav-Kei. Because Yud-Kei Vav-Kei is mercy to those who deserve it. Do they deserve it? No. The women do, but not the men. They do not deserve redemption. They're redeemed. They're being redeemed because Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. They're being redeemed because they're the righteous women. But when the men are going to ask, why are we being redeemed? The real answer is, you don't deserve to be redeemed. That's not Yud-Kei Vav-Kei. So God says, what does he say? Amazing. He says two things. Moses said, when they come to ask me, what's your name? What does God say? 1 second, let's look exactly at the Lashon, and then we're going to explain you what the Orah says about this. It's absolutely mind-blowing. I've said it a couple of times already, but it's so much worth repeating, especially now we have Pesach coming.
So,
1 second, no questions, hold on.
I'm just saying.
1 second, let me find the pasuk. You Dalit? Okay. Vayomer Elohim el Moshe Eheye Asher Eheye Vayomer Ko Toma Libnei Yisrael Ehye Shelachani Alechem. God gives Moses two answers. One answer is for Moses, and the other answer is, if they ask, this is the answer. Moses, eheye asher eheye. The people, if they ask, and they didn't, if they ask, you're going to tell them, eheye. What's going on?
Well,
You remember what I said? Go ahead, tell everybody.
Eheye, Asher Eheye is referring to two different times where the children of Israel are going to need mercy without limitation. It's going to refer to the destruction of the second temple. And
No.
Third? Sorry,
No.
First.
It's referring to now.
It's referring to now where there is no temple.
Meaning, someone asked a question yesterday. It's such a long time, we're making mistakes. How is the redemption ever going to happen? Moses is told right here, not only now are they going to not deserve to be redeemed, and I'm going to redeem them because of unlimited mercy, but in the future, now, when it's going to be time to be redeemed before the coming of the Mashiach and the building of the third Beit HaMikdash, they're also not going to deserve to be redeemed. And the name Aleph Hey Yud Hey, which is unlimited mercy, regardless of whether they deserve it or not, is going to be the name I'm going to take them out of that exile. But when you talk to the Jewish people, if they ask you this question, which they didn't, you're not going to tell them about a future exile. Why not? Psychologically, that's the last thing you want to hear. They're worried right now about their current exile. Don't make it harder for them. Just tell them right now. And it's a very simple reason why Moses is asking this. Abraham was told 400 years. It's only 210. God, you're early. You're a yeki. You're not early. You're on time. What is this? It's early. They're not ready. So God is saying unlimited mercy is what's going to take them out. Is that revealed or is that hidden? Revealed to Moses, but no one else.
So are you saying that if it would have taken the
Wow.
years, then the name Yud Kei Vav Kei would have been used to take them out?
Then the name Yud Kei Vav Kei could have been used to take them out. That is correct. And when you take 400 and you subtract 210, what do you have? 190. And the gematria of 190 is Ketz. What is Ketz? Ketz, the end. And when you look at the Tanakh, what does it talk always about? Ketz Hayamin. Ketz Hayamin. Not Yamim, Yamin, which means the end of the right. The end of limited mercy. Or you can say limited mercy, but with Ehyeh in the background. So we see the name Aleph Hey Yud Hey is hidden. But hidden, it's functioning because the Jewish people did not leave because of Yud Kei Vav Kei. According to here, they left because of Aleph Hey Yud Hey. Now look at this. Moses is doing this on day one of his prophetic career. Do we understand the level he's at? I mean, it's huge. This is day one. Yeah. Look at Yeshaya day one. Look at Jeremiah day one.
We weren't even given any indication that he was capable of that.
Up until here, he's a nobody. But he wasn't a nobody. He was a defender of Klal Yisrael, even against God. Willing to sacrifice himself for the benefit of the people. That is Moses's greatest attribute, his humility. How is it manifest? Through his willingness to be killed and to die, that the people should survive. If we had leaders like that today, Mashiach would be here. That's Jewish leadership. Yes.
So when we go into the Omer, then of course we have to earn back the fact that we were taken out. We didn't earn being taken out.
Omer doesn't help that.
The Omer doesn't help that.
No. Omer allows you to go from being behema to being Adam. Because when the Jewish people came out of Egypt, they had no Torah. A Jew without Torah is an animal, living by their desires and their inclinations and their habit and their instinct. The world, when you take out the Torah, and I know Christianity has a Torah inside, it's got a lot of nonsense with it too, but the Torah is the backbone, and even Islam. But there's pieces of it that is animalistic. Look at the first. I love it how the Christians nowadays say, oh, they're the religion of peace. It's the Muslims that are the trouble. I don't know if you read about Christian history. They weren't exactly the people of peace. Okay? It's nonsense. It's a fake. Okay, they want to say, oh, us, we were warlike. Okay, 3,500 years ago. And again, we claim to be following what God said. And we know we follow what God says because we have the book that they accept that says that God said that. Their book is full of baloney. God didn't say anything to them. They just behave like animals because they don't have the Torah. A human being without the Torah is behema. So 1 second. So the Sfirat Omer is so that we can work on our behavior. And the only one that's allowed to learn Torah is a person that has proper behavior. The first thing you teach to someone who's behaving like an animal is how to behave like a mensch. Once a person's behaving like a mensch, I don't know what the equivalent is on the woman's side, but there is an equivalent in Yiddish, okay? Whatever that is on the woman's side, then you teach them Torah. Until you teach them how to behave properly, the Torah is a medicine of death. It's only a medicine, an elixir of life, when it's connected to a person that knows how to behave. And that's Sirat Omer, Pirkei Avot, how to behave. Derech Eretz, which means proper behavior. Kadma la Torah.
So why did we get taken out at 210 years? Was it because we were at the 50th day of nativity?
Because that doesn't answer the why question. That just says, that's one answer, but that's not the why. The why we couldn't stay there for 400 years is because we went to Egypt. The worst place in the world to go. Now you're going to look at me, wow, why? Of course they went to Egypt. That's where they were supposed to go. No. Where is Avraham told they're supposed to go to be slaves? To a land that is not theirs. That's the exact language in the Brit Ben Abitarim. What land belonged to Abraham? Nothing. What land belonged to Isaac? Nothing. What land belonged to Jacob? Nothing except the piece he bought. Okay, Abraham bought the Marat HaMachpelah, that was a burial place. Jacob bought Shechem, okay? That's the only land that was theirs, but that's not enough for all the people, right? What land did Joseph was his? Nothing. Which means the Jewish people had no land. That means they could have gone anywhere and fulfilled what it says. I'll give you another one. They didn't have to go anywhere. They could have stayed in Canaan. You know who says that? The Ramban. The Ramban says they could have stayed in Canaan, which means they wouldn't have had to go to Egypt, which means they wouldn't have had to go across the Red Sea, which means they could have gone right to Harabait and built a Beit HaMikdash, to which Moses would have been in the land of Israel. Why did they go to Egypt? One reason. Actually, Ramban says two reasons. One is a hidden reason, the other one is an obvious reason. What?
Pick up lost sparks, lost something.
Stop.
To get food.
Why did they go to Egypt?
I also know about the lost sparks.
It's a relation from the head of Adam or not?
Lost sparks, Chatav Adam, he wasted his seed over there. I hear you. But let's talk about the Torah, the Pesukim of the Torah and Breshit. Why did he go to Egypt?
From the Pshat? To get food. To trade.
That's the reason that God punished them to go to Egypt?
But Yaakov is instructing.
Why did God send them to Egypt?
That didn't. That's a good right means right.
Why did God make a famine and the only place there was food was in Egypt? Come on, I have to carry you guys along the whole way. God made a famine and the only place there was food was in Egypt. Why? Why couldn't he make a famine like in Joseph's time when there was a famine everywhere? He made a famine where the only place there was food was Yesh Sheva b'Mitzrayim, which means God is setting it up that they're going to go to Egypt. Why are they going to eat? Why is God doing that?
I only know they went down to be cleansed.
Stop.
Okay.
I'm asking for Pshat. First, let's get the Pshat, then we go to the Sod. Come on. Oh, okay, ask it a different way. What is the first thing you eat at the Seder? Actually, it is related to that, Marishon. Karpas. What is karpas? Forgive me, the Ashkenazim use lots of things, potato, things like that, because they didn't have the vegetable in places that.
Wait, celery?
Oh my gosh, I'm getting a headache. It's parsley.
The brothers of Yosef.
It's not parsley. It's celery.
That's my next
What? Shock of shocks. Holy moly. Wow. Learning. Whatever your custom is, I'm not disagreeing with your custom. But what is karpas? And after I explain to you why, you will understand why it's the first thing you eat. Yes! It's related to the ketonet pasim that Yaakov made for Yosef. He made him a striped coat. I'm sorry, parsley, potato, carrot, doesn't look like striped coat. But if I take a piece of celery and I look at it, it reminds me of the ketonet pasim. Karpas, pasim. It's the same word practically. Why is that the first thing we're eating? Because that's why we went to Egypt. Because they sold Joseph to an Orchat Ishmaelim that are going to Egypt. They sold their brother because of his prophetic dreams that they didn't want to hear about to the worst place in the world to send a 17-year-old man. Egypt. The place of the most degraded behavior on the planet. There was one place that was worse than Egypt. What was that place? Sdom. He couldn't go there because it was already destroyed. As a matter of fact, in Breshit, God compares Sdom to Egypt, which means Sdom was another level higher than Egypt of bad. Egypt was the worst because it was the number 2, and God took care of number 1. Because they went to Egypt, they sold their brother. That's why they couldn't stay for 400 years. That's why we take the karpas first. To remember that the entire reason we are still in the exile now, which means if they would have fulfilled the 400 years, there would have been redemption complete. We are in exile now because the redemption was incomplete. It was incomplete because they went to Egypt and they couldn't stay for 400 years. That's why we take the karpas. And we're making a tikkun for the mistake of Adam. What was the mistake of Adam? God said, you can eat everything except Etz Hadat. Parsley is not Etz Hadat. So we're fixing it by making a Borei Pri Ha'adama on the parsley and including the maror, because the sin of Adam Harishon involved eating. And there is no other holiday where we have special brachot for food. Sukkot, we take yain, right? We make hamotzi. We make hamotzi lechem min haaretz. Done. Shavuot, hamotzi lechem min haaretz. Shabbat, hamotzi lechem min haaretz.
What about Rosh Hashanah?
Hamotzi lechem min haaretz.
What about the
No,
custom, right?
that's not from the Torah, first of all.
Okay.
Okay. Pesach, we say Borei Pri Adama for the karpas. Okay, fine. We do it out of order because usually you don't have a vegetable before you have the bread. You have the bread first and the vegetable. And then you don't make a bracha on the vegetable, or it depends on the circumstance. If it's in the salad, you do.
You certainly don't wash for it.
1 second. You certainly don't wash. Well, you wash. We're supposed to wash any vegetable that you dip in water. But coming back, then we make hamotzi after we finish the magid. But there's another bracha there. Al achilat masa. Nowhere else do we have a special bracha for food. We never make, if you have a matzah right now, if I bring matzah to my table right now, I don't say asher kedusha matzah al achilat matzah. Only once in the year on Pesach, you make a special bracha al achilat matzah. And then you make al achilat maror. And in the time of Korban Pesach, you would make a bracha al achilat Korban Pesach, which means we have unique brachot specifically regarding food. We don't include it in the Hamotzi Lecha Mina Aretz, because we're doing a tikkun for the mistake that Adam and Chava made by eating something that was wrong and causing us to also be in a situation of exile. Now you can bring in the nitzotzot, you could bring in the seed that he wasted in Egypt, all that kind of stuff. That's back to Adam Harishon.
I have a crazy question. What if he was sold to Turkey?
Then they would have gone to Turkey. They would have been able to spend 400 years in Turkey, and the redemption would have been complete. But ideally, the Ramban says what they should have done is stayed exactly where they were. Then there would be no issue of Moses coming back into the land of Israel. There'd be the Mishkan. They would have gone right to the Har HaBayit and built a temple. Everything would have been different.
They wouldn't have sold Joseph?
If they wouldn't have sold Joseph. And the Ramban adds something else. He says, there's one other person who made a mistake. He's unique in this opinion. And that set the tone, that set the stage for the mistake later on. His name is Avraham. God tells Avraham, in the beginning, this is after Avraham already received the prophecy, by the way, right? The prophecy that he received, Brit Ben Abetarim, Avraham Avinu was 70 years old. I don't have time to explain it right now. Take my word for it. Lech Lecha is out of order. The first prophecy Avraham receives is Brit Ben Abetarim. He was 70 years old. He comes back to the land of Israel with his family when he's 75. That's Lech Lecha. And he gets to the land of Israel. He's 75. He heard the Brit Ben Abetarim 5 years before. And the Brit Betarim, he was told that the land is going to belong to you, but first they have to be slaves in a land that is not theirs for 400 years. That's the context. That's what he knows. He gets to the land of Israel, and what happens? There's a famine. Ooh, sounds familiar. God runs the world, and he repeats history because he wants people to learn the lesson that he runs the world. So he makes a famine. And in that famine, where is the only place there's food? Egypt. Avraham picks himself up and goes to Egypt. Ramban says, where were you commanded to go to Egypt? Why'd you do that? And he proves that it was the wrong thing to do. How? As soon as he gets to Egypt, what happens? Sarah is taken into captivity. You made a mistake, buddy. You caused your wife, that Sadeket, to be taken into captivity. Who told you to leave the land of Israel? I didn't tell you. You did it on your own. Ma'aseh avot, siman labanim. Everything is a hint for what's going to happen next. So because Avraham Avinu went to Egypt when he should have stayed in Israel, 5 years before he was told his children to be slaves in a land that is not theirs, Avraham selected the land they were going to.
Oh, that got picked because he went there to find food. He should have davened for food?
Avraham was very wealthy. He could have bought whatever he needed.
Bought? Traded?
Yeah. Or, God would take care of him. God told him to go to a land. God's going to make him suffer. God already told him the penance. The penance was his children would be slaves in a land that's not theirs.
He's already there. Might as well
Just stay.
children. Okay.
Stay there. Where are you going? Where are you going? Because he went to Egypt, if we continue on this, who did he meet? In addition to Paro.
Oh, Nimrod? No. What?
Who did he bring back with him from Egypt?
Hagar.
Hagar! Oh! Oh, God! He brought Hagar back.
Like a souvenir.
Or actually say, Sarah brought Hagar back.
Yeah, it's her maidservant. Wait,
Not before she got to Egypt, she wasn't.
Right, but Hagar was Sarah's, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So how did Sarah get Hagar? Because Hagar wanted to be a slave in the house of Abraham rather than being a princess in the house of Paro. Special woman. But at the end of the day, what came out of her wasn't so special. If it wasn't for him going to Egypt, there'd be no Hagar. Or I should say there'd be Hagar, but there'd be no Yishmael. Oh, and now when you put that into perspective and you look what's going on in the world, oh my gosh. So how much, and Ramban didn't mention that about Hagar, but I'm just saying that now. I don't think he mentioned it, if I remember correctly. But think about ramifications of him going to Egypt. In fact, what else happened when he was in Egypt? Paro gave him a gift. Goshen. Paro is preparing Abraham's children to stay in Goshen. So we see how you look at the Torah, we see God's hand, but we really don't see the depth of God's hand unless we really analyze deeply. The Megillah, you see God's hand is pretty clear, and then you analyze, you see it even more, right? The Torah is no different. You see the hand of God. That's why the Arizal teaches there are only 2 books of the Rishonim that we should study. Okay, Rishonim, Achronim, ki Ramchal, Gal Mevilna, right? But from the Rishonim, which means the rabbis that preceded him, okay, there are only 2 books that we should be studying. And not because other rabbis didn't have proper Kabbalistic ideas, they did. But they did not communicate with them in writing in a way that was easy to understand and subject to misinterpretation. So he asked to avoid studying other books, except for the one we're studying right now, Shaare Orah, and the Perush of the Ramban on the Torah. Now, that doesn't mean you shouldn't study Rashi and Ibn Ezra, no. But regarding Kabbalistic ideas, the only things you should be studying for the Rishonim is Shaare Orah and the Perush of the Ramban on the Torah. Now, I'll give you a little secret. The Perush of the Ramban on the Torah, the Kabbalistic part, where he writes in code and very, very short, and basically says, if you understand, great. If you don't, move on. It's not for you. You pick up an art scroll, you think you're going to be rescued. You get to the Kabbalistic parts of the Ramban, the art scroll gives a disclaimer. We are not here to explain the Kabbalistic ideas of the Ramban. Please move on. It doesn't say it like that, but it's a very disheartening situation. Ramban is a beautiful perush, very not so easy to understand, okay? And his Kabbalistic piece is impossible to understand. The secret to understanding the Ramban's Perush of the Kabbalah that's on the Torah is the book we're studying today. This book, when a person goes through this book, now you understand what the Ramban is, because this book is teaching you the names. It's teaching you the words. So I say Gan, you say to yourself, Gan Eden Elyon, Binah, Gan Eden Tachton, Malchut. Aretz, Malchut. Right? Maybe there's an Aretz below, Malchut. Aretz above, Binah. Bet HaMikdash Shel Mata, Malchut. Bet HaMikdash Shel Mala, Binah. There are certain words that when you see the word Tzaddik, Yesod. When you see the words, you understand the meaning. So when the Ramban is going to say a few short words in Hebrew, unless you understand their other meanings, you have no clue what he's talking about. Covering a lot of ground today. All right, let me just finish this up. God, I can do this every day, all day. Shalosh sfirot harishonot ikar hanagatam begalui yel olam haba. So the essential government of the first three sfirot is going to be in Olam Haba. Continuing on. Olam hazeh ikar hanhagato mitnaheg al pi shiv'at hatachtonim. The essential part of this world is governed by the seven lower spheres, which is Chesed, Gevurah, Tiferet, Netzach, Hod, Yesod, Malchut. V'lachen yesh harbe devarim shehem shiv'a neged shiv'a nim lamala. That's why in the Torah you have many things that are seven. Seven Yom HaShevi'i, you have Sheva Shabbatot, right? You have Shiv'ah, which is the Shemitah. You have 7-7, which is the Yovel. The number 7 appears over and over and over again in the Torah. Continuing on. Kimuvar b'Sefer Yetzirah. Like it says in the Sefer Yetzirah. Everybody knows what Sefer Yetzirah is, yes? Miuchas la'Avram Avinu. And Rashi quotes it in the Gemara when he's in Perish in the Gemara in Masechet Chagiga. So even people who don't understand, who don't want to learn Kabbalah, need to understand Rashi, the greatest commentator of the past 1,000 years, knew about the Sefer Yetzirah, not only knew about it, knew what was in it. When it says in the Torah that Betzalel was able to create the universe, it says that in Rashi, when it's quoted in the Gemara, Rashi says, how did he know? By using Sefer Yetzirah. With the name of 42. That's what it is, 42. The name of 42. And the name of 42 is derived in a complicated gematria brought in the Pardes Rimonim, Arabekoach. But where does that come from? Where does that name come from? How do we know the 42 letters? It's the first 42 letters of Breshit, but not exactly. We have to do different gematrias and different aleph, atbash, and things like that. If you want, one day we can go to the Pardes Rimonim. I remember where it is. I'm sure I can find it. And he talks about how do you get the conclusion that the name of 42 is derived from Breshit, the first 42 letters of Breshit.
And this code, this legend is found.
And this code is what's discussed in the Sefer Yetzirah. And this is what God used to create the world. And this is what Betzalel knew so he could create the world. That's called Kabbalah Ma'asit. Third level. High level. Well, we don't touch that. Okay? And I'll say one thing. There's a very interesting thing that if you look in the world here, right now, not the spiritual world, the physical world, right? The lowest level of mitzvah observance is action. I put on tefillin. That's the lowest level. That's the mitzvah in the Torah. The next level up is I make a bracha before I put on the tefillin. Speech. Very good. Then the next level is thought. Or actually, kavanah is the next level. That corresponds to the binah, okay? Which means, l'shem yuchut kucha b'chu u'shchintei. That's the kavanah. Then there's the mahashava, which is the thought of the mitzvah. Where is it written? How is it written? All that kind of stuff, knowing the source where it is. And then the highest level is re'uta deliba, which means the innate desire and excitement in the performer of the mitzvah. That's the highest level. That corresponds to the keter, which is the ratzon, the will. So we understand that in the world, this world, in the physical world, even in the performance of mitzvot, the lowest level is action, the next level is speech, and the higher level are thoughts. Now let's flip it. In the Kabbalah, the lowest level is thought. The next higher level is speech, meditation. The highest level is action. Why is that? Once again, there was a rabbi who went to Olam Haba, and they asked him in the spiritual world, what did you see? He came back to this world and told people what he saw. And what did he say? Olam hafuch ra'iti. Now, he understood the way the Talmud explains it is people who are nothing in this world are very important in the next world, and people who think they're so important in this world are nothing in the next world. That's the simple. That's for the children. What is Olam Hafuch Ra'iti? The tree of this world in the next world is upside down. Really, that's not correct. The real answer is the tree in this world is upside down. In the next world, it's not Hafuch. That's the right way. So unlike in this world, the way it works, you have the roots, which are low, you have the trunk, and then you have the branches. In the spiritual world, the roots are up, the trunk, and then there's the branches. The real world is not this world. The real world is that world. So the Olam Hafuch Ra'iti, you think he's talking about that world. What he really means is he finally realized that the world he's in is Hafuch. And if you think about how, from a medical point of view, the retina, when on your retina, everything is upside down because the lens is convex, or concave. Any light that comes in this way goes down. Any light that goes up, which means everything on the retina is upside down. So when I look at a tree, on my retina, it's upside down. The brain then switches it so you see it right side up. That is a anatomical signal to what we just talked about. That the world is really upside down. This world. That world is right side up. So continuing on, Sefer Yetzirah. So we talked about the 42. That's another class for another day, the 42 letters. I've talked about it once before in another class. Not this one, but another one I have.
Number 4.
No.
Yeah, Shaare, Orah, number 3, number 4.
I talked about the Membet.
You got 42.
Okay. Go back to the old, go to the YouTube, go to class number 3, class number 4 during COVID.
Yep.
I talked about. Thank you so much. Baruch Hashem, I didn't remember that. Okay? Because probably in this book he mentioned it, and then I went into a little more detail. Very good. Okay. Sefer Yetzirah Perek Daled. Uknegdam Shiv'a Dvarim Berosho Shel Adam. And Keneged the 7, there are 7 items in the head of a man, a person. Shiva Shevuot Shel Sfirat HaOmer. Notice I didn't say Shavuot. The holiday for our Ashkenazi friends is not Shavuot. In Hebrew, Shavuot means swears. The holiday is Shavuot. Shavuot is weeks. So when you talk to your Ashkenazim and they say, you should have a good Shavuos. No, it's not Shavuos. It has nothing to do with swears. It has to do with Shavuot, weeks. Even though we made a swear in Har Sinai, they accept the Torah, that's not why it's called Shavuot. The Torah calls it Hag Shavuot. We accept that?
You're preaching to the choir.
Oh, good. I'm just saying. I just want to make sure everybody gets it. There's people who listen that may not be the part of the preaching. Okay? Shiva Yamim Bashavua. There are 7 days in the week. Shiva Midbarot Shalchu Yisrael Bahem. If you look in the 42, that's an interesting number. 42 Masaot of the Jewish people in Parashat Mas'eh. 7 of those Masaot are in Midbar. So there are 7 Midbar.
Midbar Sinai.
I'm not going to name them all. You can go to Parashat Mas'eh, see it. Okay? Look at you can fact check the rabbi later. I generally check the fact the rabbi over here. He's never wrong. So you want to fact check him, call kavod. I wouldn't waste my time. I'm going to accept what he says as the truth. I can trust. I don't have to verify.
And the rest are in
Other
Egypt
names,
or in
other
Jordan.
places. They're not in Egypt, other places. But there are 42 Masaot. And out of those 42 Masaot, 7 of them are Midbar. Continue on. 7 Midbar. Shiva Shevuot Shel Sfirat HaOmer. Shavuot. 7 weeks of Sfirat HaOmer. Sheva Shanim Shel Shemitah. 7 years of Shemitah. Sheva Shmitot Bayovel. 7 Shmitot in Yovel. Uchnegdam. So how many is that? Let's count it up. Okay? Shiva Dvarim Berosho Shel Adam. There's 7 items in the head of a man. What is he talking about?
The holes, 2 eyes, 2 ears,
2 eyes,
nose, and a mouth.
2 ears, 2 nostrils, 1 mouth. Altogether, 7. Very important for people to study the Etz Chaim and the Adam Kadmon and the different holes. There are other holes called the Se'arot, okay? But that we don't have access to that. So you have the 7 holes, the ears, the eyes, 2 ears, 2 eyes, 2 nostrils, and 1 nose. And then there are the holes that correspond to the Keter Chochmah and Binah of the Adam Kadmon, which we have no access to whatsoever and we don't understand. And that represents the infinite worlds that are before Adam Kadmon.
Is that talked about in that?
I'm going to say it again. That represents the infinite worlds that are before Adam Kadmon.
Itra Zutra? Itra Rabba?
We have no access. Just take my word for it. There's no access. We have no idea. Nobody talks about it. The Arizal doesn't talk about it. The Arizal doesn't even talk about the Ayin Bet. He only talks about the Sag and only from the Sag of Sag. We can get to Etz Chaim. We'll talk about that more. But he doesn't mention He says Ayin Bet. We have nothing to do with that. That's beyond human comprehension. And even the Av of Sag, 72 of 63, we don't talk about that. We begin to talk about the Sag of Sag, which corresponds to the Bina. Let's leave it alone. That's another class. That's not what we're doing today. It says we have 7. Let's go. 7. Let's see. We have 7 orifices. Now that he says Keneged, it's vis-a-vis the 7 that are going to mention here. 7 firmaments, 7 rikiim. That's mentioned in the Talmud. 7 days of the week. 7 deserts. 7 weeks. 7 years of the Shemitah, 7 Shmitot in Yovel, and here's the last one. Yesh Sheva Minei Matachot Ba'olam. There's 7 types of metal that's mentioned in the Torah. Zahav, Chesef, Unchoshet, and there are other ones.
In the Chumash.
In the Chumash. 7 metals. Of course, there are more metals because we have a periodic table, okay? But that's 7 metals. Copper, okay? Kine gam hazman nechelak lefi chelkei hanhaga shebisfirot. So what's he showing with this? That every aspect of the creation is governed by 7. 7, right? Why 7? Because of the 7 sfirot that govern this world. Schar v'onesh. Okay? V'hinei gam hazman nechelak lefi chelkei hanhaga shebisfirot. Also, time is divided by 7 different types. Let's see what he talks about that. Kumosh nit ba'er. This is all from the Sefer Yetzirah. Okay? V'chen shivat alfei shana. 7,000 years. That's talked about in the Talmud, right? What are the 7 zman? What does he mean by that? What's 7 zman?
60 seconds in a minute. 60 minutes in an hour. Are they talking about Shad's money?
I'm going to have to look that up. I'll have to check Rabbi Aryeh Kaplan, Sefer Yetzirah. I'm going to look this up later. Or maybe I'll have an answer next time we give the class. I do.
Do you have the white one?
I have
the Hebrew?
I have the, no, I don't have the Hebrew one. You can order the Hebrew one on eBay, by the way. And I was thinking about it.
Yeah.
$50. I was thinking about getting it because it's hard.
Sorry,
when you read the English, you need the Hebrew.
But it's got also diagrams.
Okay, so I'm going to order the Hebrew. Linether, I'm going to take care of that today. Also 7,000 years. 7,000 years of this world. Actually, it's really 6,000 because the 7,000th is already Olam HaTechiyah. But based on what we said before, how many years of the world are there? There's Olam Hazeh, and the culmination of Olam Hazeh is the world of the Techiyah. But is that the last world? Is there an 8th millennia? Is there a 9th millennia? Is there a 10th millennia? The answer is there has to be.
And it will be.
I mean, time doesn't stop like an odometer.
Ready for this?
Yeah.
8th millennia, 9th millennia, 10th millennia. The 8th millennia is the world of the Brudim. The 9th millennia is the world of the Nikudim. And the 10th millennia is the world of the Akudim. Don't ask me to explain that any more than I just did. It's the reverse of the tree. Okay? Again, it's not that world. It's the idea that we're returning back to that world. So we understand that the world of the resurrection, we're going to have a body connected to soul. Yes? That body is going to live forever. Yes? That body will not be dependent on physical nourishment. It doesn't mean you won't eat,
Do you get
But-
fat?
but you're not going to eat for sustenance. I love that question, ladies. Ladies can't get over that. You're not going to eat for sustenance. You're going to eat for
Pleasure.
oneg.
Tony.
What do you eat for Shabbat? Shabbat, you're not eating for sustenance. Shabbat, the sustenance is the Shabbat. You're eating for oneg. That's why we said Shabbat is a taste of the world to come. So the 7th millennia, which corresponds to the Shabbat, is eating for pleasure. The majority of the nourishment we're going to get in the 7th millennia is through the ear. Why? Yes. Ki lo al alechem levado yichye adam, ki al kol motza pi Hashem yichye adam. Parashat Ekev. So understand that the Midrash tells us that in the time in the future, we're going to get nourishment through the ear from the Torah. Now, what happens in the next millennia? There's the lessening of the physical even more than the 7th millennia. Until you get to the point of the 10th millennia, when the physical is completely canceled. It exists, but it's overshadowed and canceled by the spirit.
Does that mean your spirit doesn't?
And that's why it's the opposite when you talk about the worlds, right? Akudim, Nikudim, Brudim. Each one is an increase in the, I shouldn't say physical because there's nothing physical in those worlds. It's an increase of the relationship with the physical, if I could use that properly.
An increase.
I can't say anymore. We'll have to study that individually before I can say it. But just take my word for those who have studied it already. You understand what I'm talking about. Okay? As you go up, the physical is less, right? Because ultimately, you're getting to the one. The one, there's no physical there.
It's kind of like Moshe when he said, not that he separated from his wife, but as he became more and more.
But that was not favored. God didn't like that. God agreed to that, but he didn't like it. He didn't think it was preferable. Lo tov heyot adam levado es Elohezer kenegdo. Moshe should have been able, even though he wasn't, and we're not criticizing because I wasn't there and I couldn't do it. Nobody could do it. At the end of the day, he should have been able to do it. And maybe we can say he couldn't do it because the people were in such a demand on him. Which means Moses as a leader is only as good as the people deserve. That's
You get the leader that you deserve.
You get the leader that you deserve. So because the people were great, Torah Midbar is amazing. Compared to us, we're zero compared to them. I'm not criticizing them. The Torah criticizes them, but we have to understand we would be worse than they are. Okay, so I'm not criticizing saying we're better. We're not. Okay, but at the end of the day, because of the Torah Midbar was so challenged, it caused Moses to be challenged because he's only there for them. Lech red kishihet amecha. If they're not where they need to be, you can't be where you can be. What were you going to ask a question? The generation of the desert. What we're going to read about now in the next 3 books of the Torah. The generation of the desert. And we're going to read about all their mistakes. But we shouldn't for 1 minute think that if we were living there, we wouldn't have made those mistakes. We would have made those mistakes and many, many more. They were very, very special individuals. To be able to walk with God to that level is huge. We couldn't live like that, at least not as we are now. Or maybe sitting in this class, we can go all day, but at the end of the day, we got work to do, we got things to do. Yeah, so at the end of the day, we got to get back to the life. And what's so special about the Kabbalah? This is the Torah of Olam Haba. Even the oral law, the halakhic oral law, as far as the Zohar is concerned, that's the Etz Hadat Tov Vara. Why? Because what do you learn in the Nigle? What's permitted? What's forbidden? What's pure? What's not pure? Right? It's all Tov Ra. So Etz Hadat Tov Vara is the Torah Shebe'al Peh. That's the Malchut. The Etz HaChaim is the Binah. And that is the Nistar. And within the Nigla, which includes the written Torah and the oral Torah, within the Mishnah, within the Gemara, is contained the Nistar. So when this person goes to the Shamayim and they start talking about this Gemara they learn, that Gemara they learn, yes, in Shamayim they're interested in the Gemara, but they're not interested in Isur Veheter. They're interested in the sod behind Isur Veheter. And that's why a person who says, sod is not my jam, they're basically saying Yirat Shamayim is not my jam. It's very bad. So in the Shamayim, the Kabbalah, this discussion in the Shamayim, the Torah that's discussed in the Shamayim, the Etz HaChaim, that is the Kabbalah, that's the Zohar. Okay. Ayen Sham. Nimtza. So that was the Sefer Yetzirah. So that's certainly worthwhile to look at on the inside. Let me see if I can find it. Nimtza shehanishba hu me'amet et mitziyut ha'olam. Wow. So when a person swears, what are they doing? They're me'amet. What does the word me'amet mean? They are verifying the reality of the world. What's the reality of the world? That this world is governed by 7. Shiv'ah, Shivua, it's all 7. Sheshosha me'asheva sfirot, that the shorish from the Sheva sfirot. Uchmachshich ve'kofer b'shvua, when a person lies through a swear. Whoa. Hu kofer behanhagat Hashem et ha'olam ve'ne'ekar min ha'olam. He is denying the government of God over the world, and he is removed from the world. Now we understand why Shivuat Shav. What does it say about Shivuat Shav in the Torah?
It's something I cannot hear.
It says, Ki lo yinaket asher yisad shemo lashav. What is lo yinaket? Cannot be cleansed. Which holiday is responsible for cleansing? Yom Kippur. Shavuot Shav, according to the Rambam, who everybody says is not a Kabbalist, best of luck, okay? He includes that with all of the mitzvot aseh that have capital punishment if you don't do them, karet, which is only 2, Brit Milah and Korban Pesach, and all of the mitzvot lo ta'aseh that have capital punishment. Why does he include a mitzvah that has lashes? Lashes belongs in the second category. Why does he include Shavuot Shav in the third category? Because everything in the third category cannot be cleansed by Yom Kippur alone. It requires Yisurim, painful sufferings, Bar Minan. And the only one in the category that is not a capital offense that cannot be cleansed by Yom Kippur is Shavuot Shav, because the Torah says, Ki lo yinake, which means this one cannot be cleaned normally. It has to be cleaned through suffering. And why is it so grave? Because what the rabbi just said here. Because a person who makes a shivuah, that is a lie or a not necessary shivuah, kofer behanhagat Hashem et haolam. He is denying God's dominion over the world.
That's pretty much kofar ba'ikar.
That's pretty bad. He can say the world was created, but he thinks God's not in control. That's called apikoros. That's Epicurus. We talked about that yesterday. That is not allowed. That's why Shabbat is the antidote for that, because in Shabbat we understand God created the world and he's involved in the world.
What are the two in that category
Which one category?
that you said can't be cleansed with Yom Kippur?
Everything that has a capital offense attached to it. The only one that doesn't have a capital offense attached to it is Shvat Shav.
Anything that happens has a capital
Anything in Acharei Mot, when we read about the Arayot over there, any one of those 18 over there, that's all capital offenses.
and that needs Yisroel.
Anything that's karet, drinking blood, eating chametz on Pesach, all those are karet. All those are severe. Those are third level Those are third level sins require Yisurim to do kapara for. The only one Kippur can clean up alone is mitzvot that do not have capital offense, like eating chazir, basar b'chalav, meat and dairy together.
What are sheretz?
Sheretz is lashes. Anything that's lashes.
Okay.
Okay? Or anything that's no lashes, not doing a mitzvah aseh, not putting on tefillin, not putting on, wearing a four-cornered garment, but not having tzitzit. That's an aseh. Right?
Making a gate around your flat roof?
What's that?
Not making
Not making a
a
gate. That's a lo taseh. That would be lashes. Now, it may not have lashes because you can fix it. You fix it by putting a gate up. Okay? But
That's a
it's still
negative
anything that would. One
Make
second.
yourself-
No, I'm sorry. Did I correct myself? That's a positive commandment that, right. Vasita make legagecha. We have to look at the Rambam on that one. Because I think, one second. We have to look at the Rambam on that one. One second. That's going to be to see when he brings this mitzvah, does he say there's a lo taseh attached to it as well? Probably not. You'd have to look it up. That's in Parashat what? Kitetzeh, right? Kitavo? No.
Okay.
Kitetzeh. No. Maybe it's in Shoftim. Find it? Or we'll look it up afterwards. Any questions? We'll stop here? Yeah, okay. See, we're still in this world because if we were in the next world, you would not be hungry at all. This would have been enough sustenance to give you for the whole day. All right, we'll stop here. Baruch Adonai Leolam, amen ve'amen. Long class today because I'm